Well, let's say that it's official. It's 5:04 Pacific, so we are officially starting. Welcome to the Beaver Network. We are going to talk about election stuff because that's where we're at. We're 2 weeks out, and I'm just going to open up the panel, talk about how everyone's feeling about it, what they're seeing. Has anybody volunteered? It'd be nice to talk to some people that have either done any phone banking or door knocking for whatever party that you're going to be voting for, especially on the progressive side, to talk about your experience. I went door knocking this weekend. It was I don't know. It was kind of a little bit of a weird experience. There was still a lot of undecided voters in the area that I went door knocking in. And that felt a little bit, it felt sad, I'm not going to lie. It did. Because I was like, guys, if you're undecided still, like, what are you doing? But yeah, what was on everybody's mind was not human rights, was not democracy, was not any of that. It was money. Everybody was just worried about money. So, obviously you guys already know my perspective, right? If we're going to worry about the economy as the number one thing, don't you think that a world-renowned economist would be best for the job? That's what makes sense to me. But, yeah, definitely the number one issue for 90% of the doors that we knocked on was money. So. Yeah. Yeah, I know. They're already cheering the notwithstanding clause being used and saying that they think the homeless should be locked up. I know. Yeah. They think the same thing with Palestinian protesters. Hey, Dylan. But yeah, it does always seem to come down to money, unless you're part of a marginalized community, in which case you obviously generally care more about human rights. But yeah, this colored folk definitely care more about the economy than anything else because they haven't really been affected by anything else personally. So it's hard for them to wrap their brains around what other issues people could be facing in society. But with that said, let's bring some people up. Let's start the conversation. And yeah, empathy definitely seems to be very hard for some people. There we go. How's it going, Lily?
Good, how are you?
Holding on to hope.
Well, first I want to say I voted today. But what's more exciting for that is my 18-year-old son voted for the first time today too.
That's
Yay!
awesome. That's exciting. Good for him.
It really is. When we went in to vote, they were like, "Oh, we got balloons for you." I mean, they didn't, but they were all clapping and cheering. I think it's good for them to see young ones come in and actually take an interest to vote.
Yeah, it's super important, but it's also scary.
Oh yeah,
It's important but scary because it really depends on how those young adults grew up. Where did they get their information? What social media did they consume? Right? So that's also a scary
absolutely.
thought.
He's just lucky that he lives in a home with me, so he hears about politics all the time. So he may be a little more informed than others.
That's good, though. That's good that you talked about that. My parents always talked to me about politics ever since I was probably too little, to be honest. But
Maybe.
that's because of our history. So they were always like super worried that history was going to repeat itself. So they were always like, be vigilant, be educated, understand what's happening, understand your government, make sure that you always, always, always do your research before you vote. So that got imprinted into me at a very early age. That's probably why I am who I am today. But a lot of kids just don't get that. A lot of families don't talk about it, right? So
They don't, and they don't learn a lot about it in school or enough at all.
no, and there's no like emphasis placed on how important it really is. It's just a course that you take, and we all know that no matter what, if we learn something in high school, by the time that we're 35, it's kind of gone.
Yeah.
For the most part, like the little details, you're not going to remember that stuff. It has to be a constant reminder. It has to be more built into society that we do this type of education.
Absolutely, I agree.
Yeah, that was kind of my biggest takeaway from everything that I read earlier today, was just how much we need to focus on education and somehow make people inspired, get people inspired to get educated and make education free. We need to make post-secondary free.
Oh, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit upset now. My riding changed this year, and I think mine's going to go conservative, which
I'm sorry.
killing me. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
it hurts a lot actually, because we've been where they changed it. I was always in a liberal riding, and now I'm pretty sure it's going conservative. So I don't even know what to do about that. But
Vote. Vote.
exactly,
It's the only thing you can do.
we did that today. And actually,
Good.
surprisingly, where we're not even to the advanced polling days yet, we still had to stand in a lineup. So there are people out there. Hopefully, more people will vote this time around.
I hope so. It's really gonna, I mean, we're gonna know everything we need to know about this country and the way that it's gonna go for us in 2 weeks. And that's an unsettling thing to think about, but this is really like the make it or break it election.
It really is. It's so scary.
It's literally life changing. Like, I already know that my entire life changed the day that Trump was elected for the second time, but now it's like, how much more is it going to change?
I know. I won't even go there. Like, we had actually a vacation planned to go to New York, and we canceled it. I don't. wanna
Probably
be
a
anywhere
smart
near that
idea.
place. Yeah. No.
Yeah, if you have me on your phone, you're not getting into the States.
Yeah.
If they find
I
my
have an
content
Apple
on your
Echo
phone,
on my car.
good idea. Good idea to just stay here.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Hey, Lunatic Fringe, did I say that Trump ruined my life, or did I say that he changed my life? At least, pay attention to the words I'm using. Hi, Calvin.
Hi, I was just typing out a comment. Me and you are going straight to El Salvador as soon as we step foot in the U.S.
Yeah, I know.
Oh wow!
That's why we can't. We can't. I don't even know how I'm going to feel about all the, content that I have on my phone in this country under I don't even want to call them a conservative government anymore. Like, they are not a conservative government. They are a far-right Reform Party government.
Yeah. What's
So-
that call it? I was taking a look at how many actual true democratic countries there are left in the world. There's only 20 true democratic countries in the world out of 195 countries. That is a huge discrepancy of what it used to be. Now, what's it called? South Korea just regained back some form of democracy with impeaching its president. But my God, like out of 195 countries, there's only 20 left. 3 in the Americas. Uguaria, or I can't pronounce the name. Canada and Costa Rica. 3 in the Americas. And then
Yeah.
most of them are central to the European Union, and
Yep.
a few in Asia. It's scary, man. This is an attack on democracy everywhere. I've seen this pattern a long time ago. As you know, I follow stock markets. I follow droughts, natural disasters, and politics all over the world since I was 16. And since I was 16, I've seen this country after country after country. And so when I saw the same patterns that I saw in the United States as all over the world, I freaked out. And then when I saw it here in Canada, I really freaked out. And I tried notifying members of parliament. I tried notifying politicians. It's like, they just don't listen. Like, they've said that it can't happen in the United States. They said all of that shit in the United States. It will never happen. It's the United States is the beacon of democracy.
And it happened.
And it happened. And now in Canada, I know everyone's concerned about bills and money and taxes. Shit, that should be the last of your concern if you're really up to date in what's going on around the world.
And that's why when I was saying that I was going out door knocking and talking to average people and seeing that the economy was their number one issue, I'm like, you guys have not been paying attention. This is so much bigger than that.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't help, too. There's a media blackout from the States, too, right?
But I mean, our media and the insane amount of disinformation that's been spread over the last couple of years is just literally throwing fuel on top of the fire.
I don't understand why the media isn't covering the policy declaration of the Conservative Party.
Why isn't the media covering a bunch of the stuff that we know about the Conservative Party? That's had to be brought out by independent journalists, special reports, stuff that they do that doesn't really catch that many eyeballs. Like, there's really in-depth articles that, for example, the CBC has put out in the past that are barely viewed versus the short ones with the sensational headlines that everybody reads.
Yeah. The thing is, the news agencies, they're being pushed to the side about 100 feet away from Pierre Poilievre. If I was in charge of those news agencies, I would not be zooming in my camera to his face. I would be letting the camera stand and unzoomed and just apologize to the people viewing, saying that I'm sorry, Pierre Poilievre doesn't let us get closer, ask questions. This is the viewpoint that we have. This is the viewpoint that you will have too. It may encourage him to allow reporters to come in closer and ask questions. You know, give the public actually what's going on, the perspective of their perspective. Might work.
Yeah. I don't know, because I don't know what the media is thinking, but I do, like, CBC is very different than, you know, what was going on in the States, because most of the big news media in the States is privately owned. You definitely had your center, your left bias, like, you know, CNN was considered more center, MSNBC was considered more left, Fox is just, I hate calling it news. I really do, because it's not news. It really isn't.
No, it's not. It's in their, I forget where, they basically say they're an opinion piece.
Yeah, so it's entertainment. That's what it is. It's Fox Entertainment, but it is what it is. We have to call it the news in terms of journalists and everything that happened in the States. But when they knew that there was a possibility of Trump getting elected, they all kind of started pulling back on how critical they were of him. Like even the left-leaning sites were still not as critical. They still didn't really do a good job of educating the public. They still tried to be somewhat neutral. And that's what I see even with most news in Canada. But in Canada, it's weird because outside of the CBC, they're all still mostly American-owned news stations.
Yeah.
Right? So obviously those are going to probably stay neutral-ish. But I feel like every time that these news media outlets understand that there is a possibility of a conservative government, they kind of slightly bent the knee beforehand because they want to make sure that they stay relevant, because they know how much conservative governments attack media, right? Like that's a playbook on how to get the media to not paint you in the true light, because at the end of the day, they always discredit. If they're always discrediting you and saying fake news, all of these woke radical journalists, blah, 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 then it's going to put those journalists in fear of not being relevant anymore. And so they start trying to be as neutral as possible. And then it ends up actually being a lot worse for the progressive side because we're not getting the real stories that we need to be getting.
Hopefully some lessons are being taken from our media here in our country, because all the news agencies that bent the knee are now threatened with their licenses taken away. MSNBC was just issued a warning today.
I know.
And that their license is being threatened.
Yeah.
So
I mean, think about it. There's a bunch of them have been sued already. ABC got sued. They're going to try to slap lawsuits on all of them until they bankrupt them and eventually silence them. That's the authoritarian playbook. It's already started. Already AP News got kicked out of the Oval Office just because they didn't want to call the Gulf of Mexico the whole Gulf of America shit. It's going to happen within 6 months to a year. We're not going to have those news stations anymore.
No.
Unless they fully bend the knee, in which case we're not going to hear the truth anymore.
No. Unfortunately, Canada is much more easier to take over than the United States was. See, the United States has the justice system. It has the House, then the Senate, and then the presidency. It has 4 different checks and balances. In Canada, we have the courts and we have Parliament. Really, we only have Parliament because Parliament can get rid of any Supreme Court justice and replace them within Parliament. So we have less checks and balances than the United States. So if Pierre Poilievre does get a conservative government, we're screwed. Totally, royally screwed.
Yep. But these guys are cheering for it. They're cheering for it because they don't get it.
No, they don't. There's a famous quote. It's a Holocaust quote. It says, at first they came for the socialists, and I wasn't the socialist, so I said nothing. Next, they came for the trade unionists. I wasn't the trade unionist, so I said nothing. Next, they came for the Jews. I wasn't the Jew, so I didn't say nothing. And then they came for me, and then there was no one else left to speak for me. That's exactly what's going to happen with all of these mindless puppets that are just eating up talking points from the Conservative Party. They will come for you. I see even a lot of First Nations cozying up and kissing ass to Pierre Poilievre, and it boggles my effing mind I see a lot of ethnic minorities cozying up to Pierre Poilievre. You will never ever cozy up to a person intent on getting rid of you.
I mean, like, let's put something into perspective too. Look at the insane support that Latinos had for Trump.
Yeah.
The people who are being deported. I
Venezuelans.
saw, and I was going to say, and I saw people at his rallies and guys that were super pro-Trump that were not even legal U.S. citizens. Like, they couldn't even vote. They couldn't actually vote, but they still supported him. They still put up his message online. They still went to his rallies. And when they were asked by journalists, like, aren't you scared of supporting this guy? This guy is not for your rights. Like, he wants to deport you. And he's like, oh, no, don't worry about it. He's just going to bring down the prices of eggs. Like,
They're still talking about the prices of eggs.
Right.
it's, you know, I mean, we have to give this playbook, because it's not like it's just Trump, right? Like, this is the playbook used by all of them, but we have to give the playbook some credit, right? It works. It works. To be able to get women to support misogynists, to be able to get the BIPOC community to support YT supremacists, that's mind-boggling.
It's amazing how media and mainstream popularism influences the weak-minded people. If you remember, there was this whole social media campaign on that cookie store Crumble.
Yeah.
And people were standing in lines upwards up to 2 to 3 hours to get overpriced cookies that weren't even good. That's how extreme this messaging is. It is very, very
Manipulation.
effective.
Severe manipulation.
Manipulation, yeah.
It's sad. It's so sad. I had such high hopes for humanity when I was young. I really did. When I was in my early 20s and I just got into yoga and I met all of the wonderful, loving, beautiful, spiritual humans that were on a path to create more love and compassion in the world and, you know, fight for preserving Mother Earth. And like, I really thought the world was going to be a better place as I got older. I thought things could only get better from there. And I was so wrong. I was so incredibly wrong. It's a tough pill to swallow, but now that I'm here and this is the present moment, we gotta fight for the rest of our lives so that we can hopefully leave the world a better place for the future generations.
And what's scary is, even if Mark Carney does come in, we will have an enemy at our southern border, always threatening to take us over. If Pierre Poilievre wins, we'll be a satellite extension of the United States. So either way, we're in for a fight.
Yep.
Well, at least with Mark Carney, we'll be independent and free to fight on our own, rather than be slaves to Pierre Poilievre. Any descent will probably be sent to El Salvador too.
Yeah, it's going to be a wild ride. I think I'm not going to sleep probably for a good 48 hours around election day. Yeah, and then I'm going to give myself like a 3-day break, and then I'm going to get right back on it. Because once we do have that, if we get Mark Carney in power, then we still have to fight like hell to bring up other parties, to fight for the policies that we want to see changed. We need to advocate for electoral reform. We need to advocate for rules around misinformation and propaganda. I know that some people are going to freak out when I say that, but like, unless we regulate it, we're in for some trouble. That's why there are, European countries that have started doing that. Starting as simple as like banning X, which is one of the biggest propaganda machines in the world.
Yeah. What's it called? A lot of the European countries have that built into their society, limiting disinformation. And that's why J.D. Vance was so threatening to the European Union to let X free into their countries. And that's X, this app itself, TikTok, and a lot of social media is the foot in the door to crumble democracies now.
Yeah, that's why it's going to take a lot of regular people giving up our free time to do this kind of stuff, because we know that a lot of people hang out on here, and we have to also be the voice of reason, because this app is also the reason why a lot of people woke up. There's a lot of ex-conservatives and, not even just politics, but there's other issues like mental health that people got to learn about their own mental health for the first time from licensed counselors that are just talking about things that they never had access to before, maybe because they didn't have the money for it, etc. But there's been a lot of good that comes from social media. So that's why it's such a hard pill to swallow, because it can also be used for amazing things. But as we know, the progressive voices pretty much on every big platform have been silenced and suppressed. So that's why it's just going to take a bunch of us doing it. Like, people realize that if this is the place where people come to get their information or get their inspiration or whatever it is, we have to be the voice of reason that's still on here. Because a lot of people don't want to do it, right?
Yeah.
It's not easy.
We have one good thing going for the entire world right now. The U.S. is in a hot tit for tat with China. And China has taken over a lot of influence over the world. And although it's an authoritarian government, it's based its whole society by lifting each individual person up in that society. So, with that being said, a really oppressive authoritarian government like the United States and Hungary, they don't last. And the only reason why China has lasted so long, other than its brutal past, is the uplifting of the middle class. That's why it's been so successful in maintaining power. And with China acting like a big brother to the rest of the European countries, and a lot of the free world flocking to China, the United States is going to lose its it's already lost its supremacy. It's just a matter of time before that country faces some real make it or break it hardships. And that's when you're going to see a lot of American citizens rise up against Trump.
I think, honestly, there is going to be a revolution, and I know I'm smiling right now, but like, I am loving what China's doing, and I am loving all the Chinese content that I've been getting on this app lately. It's been so good. And I've talked about this before. Like, people think that like China is this horrible country, and like, there are negatives. There are certain freedoms that certain minorities don't have. And that's kind of what we're talking about when we talk about authoritarianism. And that sucks, and that's not good, and I'm not advocating for that. But there's also some really, really good things about China as well, right? And I get a lot of hate for saying that, but there's some really great things about their culture. There's also some really great things about how they do things in government. There's some really bad things too, but the good things are still there. And they have a very, like, the average person in China in the middle class has a very good life, much, much better life than we do in the middle class.
I went to China with my family when I was a young father, and it was the best trip of our lives. The culture, the food, the people, everybody in society works together. Everybody sweeps the streets. They
value community still. They're very big on community, and we are not. And that's what's
Huge.
crumbling our society.
Huge on community and working together. I mean, that is probably the best thing of Chinese society. We need to bring a little bit more community into our society back again. I mean, the Native American, First Nations typically are communal just like that, but we've lost a lot of that in recent times. And I know this might not go our way. It's a 50-50 chance right now. And if it doesn't, it's okay. First Nations have been here before Europeans. They've tried to completely eliminate us, yet we breed like rabbits, so it's kind of impossible to get rid of us. And we're still here. We're still surviving, you know? And if this goes hell of a wrong, we will survive. The human spirit is something that can't be crushed. It doesn't matter how harsh conditions get. You will never break the human spirit. And that's exactly what will happen in the United States and in Canada.
I mean, it's gonna, if we do go down that road, then we'll be in the same boat and we'll be in the same fight as our American brothers and sisters that are in it right now.
Exactly.
And it will be a revolution. It will be, I don't know if it'll be a peaceful revolution. Hopefully it'll be peaceful. Who knows? I mean, I you know, like to me, the best type of protest is to get everybody to stop contributing to the billionaires in days worth of meditation.
Yeah.
Even like a physical protest, instead of getting violent or standing out there with signs and yelling, just get like thousands of people to just sit down in meditation all at the same time.
That's what happened to the United States.
Block a road.
The
Block a building.
Yeah. The United States used to have a strong middle class, but the uprise in billionaires, the one percenters in the United States, stripped the middle class away from citizens, and Republicans were the conduit to do that. Now they've gone from stripping the middle class of their rights and their freedoms and their pocketbooks to these wealthy billionaires. Now it's a full-on oligarchy. They want to do this to Canada. All of this trend in every country around the world is based on bazillionaires with their yachts. It's based in Russia. Mark Zuckerberg just bought his mega yacht. It's crazy.
Isn't it crazy though that at the end of the day, why is this happening, right? Because all the billionaires from around the world are coming together and figuring out how to gouge everybody else so that they stay at the top, not just of their own individual countries, but of the entire world. Isn't that what the right is so scared of? And yet it's their guys that are doing it. Like, the hypocrisy and the insanity behind that, it drives me insane every day. It's like the thing that you guys are so scared of, it's your guys that are doing it. Like, Trump was like, oh, we're here to, you know, bring down the bureaucracy and the oligarchy. It's like, bro, you are the oligarchy.
Yep.
You have deals with the richest people in the entire world, and you just scammed the entire U.S. economy in front of everybody. And all your rich buddies got billionaires worth of dollars richer.
And this is why eat the rich. You know the guy that charged with the unaliving of that CEO of the health thing in the United States.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, once he saw this coming, that's probably why he acted out. So, you know, nothing lasts forever. And so these oligarchs in the United States, they will have their day eventually. No dynasty lasts forever. Look at the French Revolution.
Yeah. It just sucks that instead of being able to enjoy our future, we're going to have to spend it fighting, and we're going to have to see people suffer a lot in the process.
That is true. I was hoping to retire soon and
Yeah.
enjoy a
Sorry.
life of luxury, but I've always been a fighter. So I guess this is just who I'll continue to be.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a big journey ahead of us, right? Because I want people to realize too that let's just say that Carney wins. I know that the conservatives in the chat are going to be big mad just thinking about that, but let's just say he wins. That doesn't mean we're not going to be in the same boat, but even worse for the next election. That's literally what happened in the States in 2020. Biden won, right? And the MAGAs over the next 4 years got more emboldened, more crazy, more
Organized.
down that conspiracy path, more organized, backed by more funding. So what's to say the exact same thing won't happen here, even if we get it our way in this next election?
Yeah.
The fight's not over, not even close, and like something needs to change because the way that it's going right now, there's no way that a society can thrive when people are completely divided. There's just no way.
Yeah.
And fearful.
It is.
Like there's literally no way to move forward. And they don't think about that either because if their guy wins, right? Setting aside all the brutal authoritative stuff that he wants to do, just the fact that like even if his guy wins, it means that all the progressives are going to be deeply unhappy and suffering, and like it's like the division's not going anywhere is what I'm saying. No matter who wins, the division is here.
Yeah.
And people are not looking at each other like people. I mean, I'm going to say that progressives are still probably a little bit on the nicer side. I know that a lot of them are exhausted and they're not putting up with it anymore. But for the most part, like, I don't go onto conservative accounts or conservative lives and just say horrible things in the comments. I don't. That's just not something I do. But they do it. And so I feel like, yeah.
I hate when they say they play Karen, like they play the victim when all of a sudden they'll attack you, and then when you attack them back, they're like, "Oh my God, he actually said that." I'm like,
I know.
There was just a statement. Is it okay if I talk?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. My head is just spinning here. Can't lie. So much. Hi, Calvin. We talked last night.
yes.
There was, I don't know if it was a negative or a positive comment in the chat, but it was about PP's announcement for the seniors and how they're going to be safe. But there's going to be so many groups that are not safe. And I know that that's not important to certain people. And even the youth vote scares me so bad, which makes me feel guilty because I should be happy that they have the ability to vote in their universities. And that's something that, we all want our kids to vote. And I should be, so excited in that. But how I've heard them talk, I don't know. If they have a high turnout of young males, that is not going to be good.
No, it's not.
And that is what I said in one of your posts keeps me up at night, is that vote. And please don't think I'm putting every young male in the same box. I just know I'm an insomniac. I don't sleep. So if I am TikTok late at night, the stuff I come across and the people that are on it, like, you can tell they're young. It's just, it's scary. But I want to tell you guys something, and maybe someone here can tell me if I'm crazy and I did it wrong. So the very first night I went live, took a total panic attack when I got off because it was the first time I'd ever been on a live. And I had said something that I thought, okay, maybe I want to get off TikTok. I could not delete my account. It would not let me. It took me right to the delete, and it says, if you delete this, all your information will be gone. You will never get it back, like kind of a warning. And I'm like, that's exactly what I want. Like, I was not going to lie, I was panicking. Not that I said anything bad. I was just scared, and scared for my family. And I couldn't. And I've tried twice since then, and I cannot delete it. It just says, gives me an error every time I go to do it. And I'm like, that's kind of odd.
Yeah, it's probably forcing us to stay connected.
So I don't know if that's a recent thing. I've definitely been able to like permanently delete certain accounts.
Okay.
I've personally done it because like I had a gaming, like just video gaming account. And I deleted that one, no problem. It was just like, everything's going to be gone. Are you sure? And I was like, yep.
Yeah,
and it was like, okay,
that.
bye.
No, I did that. And then it took me to an error and then right back into TikTok, but I just didn't have an account, but I was in.
It might be recent because I do notice that TikTok is very glitchy these days.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll try again and you'll recognize my profile picture.
Did you only try it that one night? Did you restart your phone and then try it again?
Yep. I've tried it 3 times.
Yeah. Now, I get how nervous you are. I mean, I get all kinds of messages, hateful messages online, but they don't know me personally. Every hate, anything that I get that's adversity for me, I use it as fuel. But I get that some people really are worried when people send threatening messages. On your point with the youth, I am very, very concerned with the youth. You have somebody like Jordan Peterson and Pierre Poilievre trying to redefine what masculinity is because they haven't put in the work of being an actual masculine man. So they're reinventing it for their own purpose because they
remember.
know
I was going to say, remember the hashtag that Pierre was using up until recently on his posts.
Yeah.
Men going their own way.
Yeah,
which is a massive dog whistle because I think a lot of us know what that hashtag is related to.
Yeah.
Oh, there's definitely a silent majority. It's just how big is it?
Yeah, that's the biggest question. See, a lot of men are confusing, and you see Jordan Peterson and Pierre Poilievre attack smaller groups such as the LGBTQ plus community as ethnic minorities, First Nations. They're trying to display dominance, and they're trying to pass dominance off as masculinity, which is so wrong. That is actually cowardice. Attacking a smaller, marginalized group is actually cowardice. True masculinity as a man is to be a protector. And the number one role of these young men should be protecting these smaller groups.
I think we talked in our last chat about how I think you agreed as well that a lot of people think they know what each party stands for, but no one has really looked into the nitty-gritty of the constitutions of each party. And I think there'd be a lot of eye-openers for people if they did. I think if you gave some of those to some of those kids that are about to vote, it would wake some up, hopefully.
But the difficult thing is to get to the youth. They don't read. They play video games and watch TikToks. And this is why me and Frontline and a whole bunch of other people, and you including, started getting into the content creation so we can easily digest information for these young youth to take. And that's why I'm attacking Jordan Peterson's and Pierre Poilievre's stance on what masculinity is, because they ain't masculine. They ain't men. Not in my books. When you attack groups, that ain't being masculine. That's being effing cowardice. And that's exactly what they are. They're cowards.
I was just in a live earlier today, and there was a young man. He said he was 21. I don't know if he was lying about his age. Attacking the women on the live, asking them their body count, asking them how much they weigh, telling them they're fat. And I couldn't even believe that the host was allowing it to go on, and then all the other men started chiming in, and they thought it was funny.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
Because that's what they see online, right? They see Andrew Tate say it and he looks cool because he lifts weights. And like, you know, they take it because they're young and they think, I mean, this is not something new. It's just happening on a more massive scale because of social media. But like, does everybody remember what the popular kids were like in high school? They were bullies.
Yeah.
They were bullies. That's what they did. Like at my high school experience, the bullying was so bad in my high school. I'm super grateful that I was not a target of it, because while I was in high school, 3 kids unalived themselves because the bullying was so bad. And this is before social media was a thing. Like we didn't have Facebook and stuff when I was in high school. I think I got my first phone when I was like 15 or 16, and that was like this little egg phone with just 9 little buttons. You know what I mean? So we didn't even have that. And yet there was a lot of bullying. Now, granted, I also grew up in quite a like white suburban conservative area, so the kind of TV shows that were popular at the time were about like the cool kids and how you can be the cool kids, because Hollywood also pumped out this image, especially in the early 2000s. If you guys remember, it was this image of popularity. Mean Girls, right? And so I mean, I feel like the conservatives of today are the popular kids from high school. Like they haven't grown up past that. They're still in that mentality that if you bully and oppress another population, that somehow makes you strong and cool and popular. And it's this idea that was sold by American movies and Hollywood for so long. So like this whole trend has been a giant continuation of a problem that's only gotten bigger and bigger, and then social media just magnified it. But it was there before. It was just in smaller numbers. It wasn't talked about as much. It wasn't studied by counselors and psychologists as much as we have been in the last 20 years. But unfortunately, that problem's been there for a long time. But at least, you know, having more access and more, I can't necessarily say that we had more wealth, but people had an easier time getting by in the past, obviously, because capitalism wasn't at the stage that it's at today. And so there was more people going to university after high school and getting educated and finding better jobs. And the more comfortable you are in terms of your money financially, right, then you also have the freedom to learn stuff, develop yourself, travel the world, get cultured. So I feel like a lot more people were growing up, especially when you didn't have that social media. But then when you grew up with social media and more wealth inequality, then your chances of growing out of that mentality are harder.
Just to finish up on that also too, a lot of young men don't realize they're being suckered. They're being conned. They're the target of Andrew Tate, of Jordan Peterson, of Joe Rogan, of Pierre Poilievre. You guys, if there's any men out here on this live, you guys are being suckered. You're being conned by a con that's trying to pass off real masculinity with dominance and fake and power and money. None of that shit is actual masculine.
Yeah. That's why it's up to men to teach men about this kind of stuff. And you guys really need to like take a big stand and develop real connections with other men and real friendships so that they can be inspired to be a good human. And the same goes for women too, because there's a lot of women that have also fallen into that category and have unfortunately believed the lies that the con men and con women want them to believe. So it's going to take women teaching women too, right?
I had a pretty eye-opening experience, I guess you would say, where I was having dinner with a couple and I was told not to bring up politics. And they knew my situation and why I lean as far left as I do. And they had said, you know, for them it was just about money and those little things didn't count. And I'm like, those little things are human rights. They count. But this is someone I known for so long, and she would, sorry. Yeah, but they're little things to people.
I know this one very wealthy businessman in Cape Breton. He is pushing for the Conservative Party so hard. He has multiple businesses in Sydney, and little does he know it, I've tried to talk to him, tried to tell him that if Pierre Poilievre comes in, your businesses are going to be no more, because he's going to take down all the policies and all the legislation that prevents American companies from competing with you. He doesn't believe it. You know, he's very wealthy right now, but I'm sure he's going to be the first one to be regretting his vote when American businesses start taking over his livelihood.
Well, I'm going to jump down. Thank you guys for letting me.
Thank you for being up here.
Yeah. Sorry I'm not more lively.
No, it's okay. We get it. We get it. I think we're all feeling kind of the same way right now.
Thank you. Bye, guys. I'll still be in the chat. Well, how do I get out? I never can figure this out.
Do you want me to disconnect you?
Please.
Okay. Well, right now you seem to be getting gifts, so I'm just going to wait a while.
Never got gifts. I don't know what that means, but okay. Thank you.
When you get those little gifts over time, as they add up, you can actually cash them out for real money. But you do need to get a lot of them for them to mean anything.
Thank you.
Because we're Canadian here. We don't get paid for our content.
I'll be in the chat, just not talking.
Okay.
Listening. You guys are my
Sounds good.
comfort. Okay, bye.
I'm glad that we can do that.
Thanks.
There we go. Yeah. So,
You know, I have a little bit of fear with this election based on how certain I was that Trump wasn't going to win. And I really feel, to me, I feel like Carney's going to win, but look what happened in the States.
I really hope that we're smarter than that. I really hope that we have kind of like a Germany situation where Germany looked at what happened in America and they're like, and people came out and voted in masses for that election. So I'm hoping that we'll have a similar kind of scenario, but unfortunately our culture is a lot closer to American culture because it's seeped in here for so long that I'm worried too. But I never thought that I had a glimmer of hope that Kamala was going to win. Obviously, I had to hold on to some hope, but I figured Trump was going to win ever since June when there was that assassination attempt.
Oh, yeah.
As soon as I saw that, I remember it was June and I saw it on TV and I cried because I knew that he would then be the martyr and he was going to use it and turn it into a political stunt. And that's exactly what he did. And 2 days later, everybody had a bandage on their ear and that became all popular. And it's like, I knew it. I knew that moment that that's the way it was going to go in the United States. And unfortunately, I was right.
I was
really
in the
hope
living
I
room
wasn't.
with my brother, and I looked at my brother and I told him the election's over when that happened.
Yep. Yeah.
I couldn't believe they were wearing all the bandages. And they call us sheep. Like,
It is a wild time to be alive, isn't it? At least if we survive it, we'll have some really amazing things to write about and hopefully teach the next generations. If we survive it, that is.
we will. We will.
I mean, we as a whole will, but I don't know if like each of us individually will type thing, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Me and
And
Frontline are the
that's-
first ones being deported.
Right? I mean, look at all my tattoos. I'm sure I'm sure that I probably now look like a gang member. So, according to how Trump looks at people, but and yeah, it's just it's gonna be a wild ride. But at least I still have a European passport. So if things get like really really bad, then I might just get on a flight and leave. But I'm sure that people are going to think that's so un-Canadian of me because I have a European passport, right?
Well, my kid's going down to, he's doing an archaeological dig down in South America, or Central America. I told him, you know what? This is this is going to be his third trip. So in all, he will have spent at least 2.5 solid months down in Central America. So I told him, start looking around, learn the layout of the land, learn the political atmosphere. You know what? If shit hits the fan, we may be moving. I advise people around here in my First Nation community, get in touch with people that still know how to trap and hunt and survive and can food and ration food, because this is all the stuff that we're going to have to do if Pierre Poilievre comes in.
Yeah. And I genuinely, I feel exhausted because I feel like I'm going through 2 elections because Romania is also in their election period. They're voting May 4th. We're voting April 28th. And there's the exact same issue going on back home in Romania right now. Like the next election is going to be the make it or break it election for that country as well. They're either going to go into authoritarianism or they're going to continue their democracy. So it's going to be, and I feel bad because I'm paying more attention to the Canadian elections, obviously. And I feel like I should be paying more attention to the Romanian elections, but it's the same story. At the end of the day, though, it's the same story. It's the same people who are going to be voting for the more conservative party. It's literally the exact same thing. I mean, the last protest when they took Călin Georgescu out of the running because he was backed by Russian money, but now the guy that's taking his place, it's just as bad. Yeah. But still, when the protests happened, Romanian people were out there protesting wearing JD Vance and Elon Musk sweaters. That's election and oh yeah.
Wow.
Because that's who's been brainwashing them for years on social media. And they're the ones who were like, oh, because they said it publicly, right? When Romania canceled its election for Georgescu, JD Vance and Elon took to social media right away and they're like, that's undemocratic. That should have never been done, even though he broke the laws. But again, because they said that, they made that idea really popular. And so when people went out there, they went protesting with JD Vance and Elon Musk on the back of their sweaters.
Wow.
Yeah. But I mean, that's what happened in Germany too. Fortunately, though, Germany didn't go down that road. But I mean, there's a lot of division in that country right now. People aren't talking about it, but that really divided the country in a big way because the AFD is still loud and unhappy and freaking out. And there's, AFD protesters, and it's still very, very bad. But at least the progressives went out and they voted for the party that had the most chance of winning, which was the CDU. Not a big fan of the CDU myself. They're still very conservative, but they're not far right conservative. But look at what happened, right? Like Elon Musk went and showed up at their rallies on giant big screens endorsing the party. Like, he's got no freaking place to endorse a party in Germany.
It's surprising how the ADF did so well, considering the education system in Germany educates on propaganda, educates on all of these issues that are coming up through X.
Educates on in Germany, they really teach you about what happened in 1930s Germany in detail. Like, those kids learn about propaganda and Goebbels and all of that they learn that. And they have really affordable secondary education. So that was an educated country. For them to get that much AFD support is insane.
You know what's going to happen now, though? The rest of the parties are going to tighten up regulations to prevent them from doing this ever again. Imagine all the other countries that don't have the same education system as Germany. The United States did not stand a chance. I don't know if Romania has the same education system as Germany.
Do you want to know what the problem is in Romania? I'm going to be super blunt with you guys. It's shitty and I don't really want to talk about it, but it is what it is. So Romania is still one of the most poorest countries in Eastern Europe. It's a country that's gone through hell. And coming out of a dictatorship, we didn't necessarily have the best democracy after. We still had a pretty corrupt system. Our money is the least value. So when people get educated there, they leave. Educated people from Romania leave and they move to UK, they move to Germany, they move to France, they move to Spain, they move to Canada, they move to the United States. So what happens is they get educated there and then they leave. So there's obviously still educated people in my country, but a lot of the intellectual minds go somewhere else so they can get paid more.
So what you're telling me, a single deadly uncle like me can go to Romania, find a beautiful, intelligent woman, marry her, and bring her back to Canada.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. That's my go-to plan now.
I mean, to be honest, it happens a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, and then they end up with the Tate brothers. So there's definitely a lot of issues in Romania. I'm not going to lie about that. But it's very split up right now. But again, it's the older generation that are living in urban areas, because there's a lot of rural areas too where people aren't educated. They're poor. They're really, really poor. They don't really have a chance to get educated. But in the urban cities and the big cities and the very civilized areas, all the older generation, they're not going to be voting for the far right party because they know, they came from that past. They don't want to repeat it. But it's the younger generation that's been able to get brainwashed so well through social media, because everybody in Romania speaks English. I mean, it's actually odd because when I speak to Romanians, they speak half Romanian, half English to me. Like the Romanians from Romania, they've adopted so much English language in their vocabulary that you can't even say a full sentence without an American word slipping in there somewhere. So they've been very, very Americanized.
Skillert. He says he came to debate. You see his, I Skillert came to debate. Probably the same talking points that can be easily dismissed.
Check. What do you mean by is Ceausescu is an option? What do you mean by that? Oh, I see Skillard is up in the box there. Do you want to bring up an opposition?
Oh, I don't care. They always talk about the same points. As soon as he's
Same thing over and
disrespectful,
over.
though. As soon as
Did I say I want the good old days of Ceausescu? That's literally what I said we didn't want. We didn't want to repeat Ceausescu. But that's okay. You might
bring
be
up-
one of...
Bring him up. If he's disrespectful, they'll boot him.
Okay. What's up, Skillard? You there? Maybe he's having a hard time connecting.
Could be. There he goes. Yeah,
Oh.
I saw that.
I see his signal looks low. Hello? I think you're having a hard time connecting. Maybe just leave and come back, see if that works.
I think you have a hard time connecting with that headphone. Do you hear me?
Oh, I heard you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Okay, what's up?
Okay. Okay. I love how people say what's up when we're already talking about what brought me up. I'm saying, Calvin, how's stroking the host's live coming along? How's that working?
What are you talking about?
You're really gonna start out like that?
Yeah. Oh, hey, Lily, just hold up. Why are you even involving yourself? Can't Calvin handle himself?
Yeah, I can handle
You're making
myself.
weaker, just
Okay,
by-
wait a minute.
Yeah, well, let's
Can I drop him?
Tell
What's
the
your
woman
point?
to shut up. And
Are
let the
you
man
tell-
talk.
Really?
Yeah, shut up. Let the man talk
Boot
here.
him off. He's just a disrespectful
Wow.
little shit.
Ladies and gentlemen, the conservative supporters.
If I can handle myself. See, this is the idiocy that you deal with. A lot of male masculinity think it's all about dominance. It's all about thing. Dude, you can't out-dominate me. I'm 6'2", 260 pounds of pure muscle. First of all, you couldn't be able to dominate me. I'm in kickboxing and boxing when I was in my youth. So you can't dominate me physically. Intellectually, you can try, but I'd probably wipe the floor with you too on that one.
Fragile egos.
That's exactly what it is. It's fragile egos of the less involved mind of men.
You said it, I didn't.
See, a lot of that's the thing. You know what? I used to be like one of these guys, but only through hard times does a man develop mentally. And unfortunately, a lot of men in our society don't have a chance to develop mentally by going through hard times because they're always babied either by their girlfriends or their mothers. You have to let your children experience hard times for them to develop into manhood. That's something that's really, you don't see that in society anymore.
Yeah. I don't even know what to do about that. That's something y'all are going to have to figure out. Because on average, women are doing much better in that sense.
Yeah. But it's really a two-sided problem. There's men learning to be helpless because there's women out there willing to baby them. See, both sides have to say no. Women have to say no more babying men, and men have to start experiencing the pain and developing their calluses in their minds first.
Well, see, I think that part of that has already happened. I think a lot more women, because that's kind of what drove us here, right? A lot more women learned about their own values and realized that they don't need to baby a dude and take care of him like a mommy and put up with whatever he decides to deal out, because there are a lot of men out there who are compassionate and nice and protective and just amazing equal partners that you want to share your life with. But that, disenfranchised a lot of these other dudes, where it was a lot easier for them to find a partner back in the day when women needed to be with men because they couldn't have their own bank account, they couldn't own property, they couldn't get a job, They couldn't vote. So now that we're starting to progress and women are getting more education and they're becoming, having high paying jobs and stuff like that, all of a sudden, a lot of women are like, well, I don't need to do this. So I'm only going to, be nice and do these things for a guy that does equal in return so that we can build a real partnership. And then these guys felt that pain of not having as much access, as many options, etc. And that pain was then used and manipulated by right-wing politicians to turn men against women and to say, it's not your fault for not developing. No. It's feminism. It's the fact that women want to be equal. What horrible biatches they are for just wanting equality.
Yeah, that's exactly where my mind was going. This is why we have such a large population of angry men. Because they can't get any female company, because they are in that they're helpless. They're trapped in that state of mind.
Hey, JB.
Rather than developing themselves, they're taking a shortcut and blaming somebody else. And this is where you have Jordan Peterson and Pierre Poilievre creating a shortcut and redefining what masculinity is. It's retarded.
Yep. And there's something else that I really want to add that might be super controversial, but I'm kind of feeling spicy, so I want to head down this path a little bit. It's going to piss off some people. So one of the other things that has also shifted a lot in the last 20 years, because I've done a lot of studies on this, is actually the psychology of schmexuality, right? There's an organ, a female organ that only got mapped out 20 years ago. And I think y'all know which organ I'm talking about. This was never studied. And so women's pleasure never got studied until recently. All the studies have only come out in the last 20 years or so. And then all these women learned that things can be done much better. And that they didn't have to pretend. And that there's all kinds of other ways to, learn about yourself and not necessarily require external help. So with that came along a lot of women saying I can take care of myself. I can do things on my own. I have all the rights in society where I don't need somebody else in order to have a bank account. And I can also, not need men for that either. Not saying that to piss anyone off here, but the study of female schmexuality actually empowered a lot of women to not give themselves to relationships that are not good for them.
Yeah.
So they only actually enter relationships with people that are beneficial, that are good for them, that treat them right. And since that's become a rarity, there's all of these other people that never got that education. And because they didn't get that education, they couldn't show up for women in the same way. And unfortunately, that disenfranchised them, caused pain, that got manipulated. We know the story from there. But that did play a big part in this like kind of woman's revolution, as some people like to call it. I know that we still are not equal in society and there's a lot of misogyny there. But definitely us getting our rights, and then this past 20 years of new research into the differences between a female and a male, because even medically, like, women got treated as males for the longest time. We're only starting to have women being treated like women with completely different biologies, because everything was structured around the male body. So having that representation too definitely emboldened more women out there to just say, hey, I'm okay on my own. Unless that good person comes along for me, I'm actually going to be fine. And that was very uncomfortable to a giant population of men.
There's a large population of men that mastered the system now. They're called
for sure.
Players. They're called players.
For sure.
And more power to them if they want to do it, and they you know. I'm not gonna touch on this stuff. I'm just saying.
No,
there's an advantage. People will take advantage of the
for sure. For sure, 100%, right? But then there's also women that take advantage of that education, right? There are females that know how to seduce a man better than anything and have used that to be able to make money. So, like, it happens on both sides, right? Where things get manipulated and used. I was just trying to add to what also added to this.
Angry men.
the another contribution towards more women saying, I'm not just going to settle.
Yeah.
Right? But
I don't think anybody should settle. It doesn't matter if you're male or female. Should find somebody that completes you.
I think a big part of why a lot of, I mean, back in the, we can't even look at back in the day versus now, because back in the day, people didn't settle. People literally were like sold off into marriages. I mean, let's just be honest, right? But since we've had more freedom of choice, and I lost my thought, completely lost my thought there.
Freedom of
It's
choice.
gone. It'll come back.
This became a political channel to something else very, very quick. Maybe we should go back to politics.
Yeah, no, it was gonna be political, but it's gone now. It's unfortunate though that when we do talk politics, that ends up coming up a lot, because we see it across the board in the numbers that are being represented, that young men are very much drawn to extreme right-wing propaganda and ideology. And a lot of it comes from hating on women and minorities. So,
you know, I was one of those guys that started following Andrew Tate. And there was some stuff that he said that I liked, and there was some stuff that I didn't agree with. And it was actually my son, who's 19 now, that really put into perspective of who he was. And then when he was convicted with all of that shit, it just really opened my eyes to the kind of person that he is, you know. We fall victim to it. It doesn't matter how smart you are. It doesn't matter how educated or how broad your personality or how accepting you are of other people. Myself, I fell victim to his BS, you know, for a short time there.
well, I'm glad that you're out of that, but I also know what it's like to almost fall down that pipeline, because I come from the health and wellness industry. That's the industry I worked for the last, 10 plus years of my life. And that is an industry that's been completely taken over by right-wing conspiracy theories. So, I'm glad that I didn't fall down that rabbit hole, but I was starting to a little bit. because a lot of the health and wellness and fitness gurus are very right wing, but they disguise it in health and wellness. And now there's been a lot of studies about that. It's been talked about. There's a book that's been written on it. We know that that was a phenomenon, but I was in that world since I was very young, especially being an athlete. So I got pulled down some right wing beginnings. Hopefully, though, I had kind of come out of that and listened to all the science before COVID. And I'm really glad that I had figured it out before COVID, because if COVID happened with me being in that space of listening to those people, COVID would have pulled me in like it did to a lot of people.
Yeah. Did you hear? What do you think is going to happen to that senator? Is it a congressman or a senator that's going down to El Salvador to try to talk to that prisoner?
To be honest, this is just what I think, and I hope I'm wrong. Just putting this out as a trigger warning, I hope I am incorrect about this. But I think that the reason they're not bringing him back is because he is not with us anymore.
That could be one reason. The other reason is he could tell us what's going on there in real, like actually what's going on there. So there's two reasons why they won't let him come back.
Do you know
going down is not going? They're not going to let him anywhere near him if he is still here.
But do you know anything about his past?
I know. I've just heard that he was actually a refugee running away from the gangs down there. So yeah, if he went down there and if he's incarcerated with their gangs, he's not. You know what happens to the snitches in jail.
That's what I'm worried about. It's either what you said, they just don't want him speaking out on what's really happening, or he's not there.
Yeah.
So I don't think much is going to come out of that meeting other than somebody walking back home with their tail in between their legs.
But at least he's making it. This is the only positive that's going to come out. He's attempting to go down and actually see for himself, and at least he will have reporters with him that can report. They blocked him. He saw something, or he didn't see something. He was stopped. All of that information is going to get back to the United States. You know how little of it. At least it'll be something.
Oh yeah, no, it's still, I'm not saying it's not a good thing. I want him to go down there. I'm just not hopeful that he's going to come back with the guy that was put in there.
Yeah,
by mistake.
I don't have any hopes for that either.
Yeah. So that's kind of my thing there. It's putting it on display, but like he's not the only one, and I just want people to realize that he is not the only one. There are so many people that got sent down there without due process that could have been innocent, and people are saying that most likely a good 70% of them should not be there.
Yeah. 75% is actually with no convictions, no crimes, no nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, I just noticed that, what's his name? Skillard stopped trying to provoke me.
I blocked him.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, he kept lighting up the guest request, and I was like, dude, you got kicked off for a reason. You were super disrespectful. We've had conservatives up here. We've had nice discussions with them because they've been able to be civil and respectful, but I'm at the point where like my tolerance is I don't want to platform those kind of people anymore. Like if you're going to be that rude, I'm not going to platform you. If you're going to have a conversation, then okay, let's do this. Let's have a conversation, even if we disagree. But if you're just going to say something like that right away, like gross.
Yeah, this is the level of maturity with men these days. They think trying to pick at you, trying to get a reaction from you is masculinity. When a real man isn't triggered by anything, isn't threatened by anything, or isn't bothered by anything. He was just like a fly flying around in the chat room and making statements there. I was like, have at it, man.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, like there was in the spiritual communities of the world and the spiritual religions, I guess, of the world, the man was always talked about as like when he hits his peak of, positive masculinity, he basically becomes a very like devoted spiritual being, somebody who's very stoic. Nothing bothers him, nothing phases him. He realizes that, like, for example, in the Buddhist philosophy, the male monks would have to remind themselves 5 times each day that they were going to one day not be here anymore. And you would have to take time out of your day 5 times a day to remind yourself that death can come knocking on your door at any moment. And that was to make them realize that all of these small little things that we argue about or whatever are insignificant. So you're not bothered by them, and you can walk through life living your purpose without fear because you've already confronted that fear in your mind 5 times every single day. So these spiritual leaders were always very stoic, very devoted to their communities. Like even the original story of Jesus, like none of these religious conservatives that are Christian act anything like Jesus would have acted when he was alive. They're the complete opposite of him. Jesus would literally be like, Jesus would never vote for Pierre Poilievre. Like, let's just be brutally honest.
Well, you see all the Christian. Pierre Poilievre mentioned that he wants to do tax breaks and all that, and give special privileges to churches here in Canada. How the whole MAGA movement and Christian nationalism started in the United States, it was all the tax breaks and all the special statuses they got from the government in the United States, which allowed them to create these massive mega churches where it was indoctrinating people. It was taking a portion of their paycheck. Now that you have an establishment supported by the government, they were free to spread all over the United States. And this is what Pierre Poilievre is going to do in Canada. He's going to establish this kind of movement in Canada. I know, yes, somebody says churches don't pay taxes, I know, but it can generate profit without taxes, and people have to give a certain part of their paycheck to these churches.
Well, think about how church and religion basically got turned into entertainment, right? Things like televangelists and like huge Christian music fests and reality TV shows based around Christians. And like it became entertainment because it was profitable. And so a lot of the modern day Christians are not the traditional version of Christian. They're the Hollywood version of Christian.
I've always wondered, like, if those evangelicals or whatever, you are healed and going like that, people are so easy to manipulate. When a person like that came to our community, so-called healers and all that, and the whole gymnasium was filled with people believing. And so the guy asked for volunteers, and so I volunteered and went up, and everybody was like, "You are healed." They fainted and started convulsing. He grabbed my face. He went like that to me, and I was just like, I looked at him, I was like, okay. And then the people behind me grabbed me and pushed me down. I'm like, okay. I was like, I don't think I'm healed, but I'm kind of injured after that. This is what's happening with society, because society is being told how to act, being told what to believe. They actually follow along with it and pretend to be part of it, because every human being wants to have a sense of belonging. Not a lot of people have the strength to be individualistic.
Yep. That's what I mean. They built an individualistic culture and then took advantage of people's pain being alone.
Yeah.
Like, what did you guys expect? Like, you guys wanted this, you know? America was all about being individualistic, going about your own way, not needing communities anymore. And look what happened.
Hold on, I like this comment. Christianity helped through genocide too. Christianity, the basic fundamental of Christianity, the principles, the beliefs, helped people through hard times, such as genocide, not the structure of the church, not the structure of Christianity. Christianity, its structure as a whole, is a business to make money and accumulate wealth. But the basic teachings of Christianity is good for the human condition to actually believe in something that is some outside experience or force that will lift you up and increase your drive, your belief, your sense of self. So yes and no. Christianity, the organization, did not help people, but the basic principles and teachings of Christianity did. Just to make that clear, somebody, I don't want people to mix up the structure with the actual principles.
Yep. And also, at the end of the day, those principles that you just talked about are also the principles of most other world religions.
Yes.
It's, you know, they all teach the same thing. Be kind, love your neighbor, help out the less fortunate. They're all, the basis is all the same. Live with love and compassion. That is literally the basis of all the spiritual roots of most religions.
I've always wondered when Christianity was corrupted. There was the Roman emperors that used Christianity as a driving force for its people. It's been corrupted.
I think it was around 600 AD.
Constantine.
That's when we really start seeing like the books and all the big churches and the history being wiped. It's around 600 AD.
Was it Constantine?
It was a lot of different organizations.
Yeah, Emperor Constantine, yeah. He's the one that used Christianity to his advantage and just switched everything around. Corrupted it for his own political gain.
And that's not the only, like, think about it. Religions have been corrupting, because I don't want to put all the blame on just Christianity. Religion around the world has been used to corrupt and manipulate. We've seen that. So it's unfortunate, but it's not just Christianity, right? There was a lot of religions that stood for something really beautiful in the beginning and then were used to manipulate and get people to do unthinkable deeds.
In the name of their religion.
In the name of their God. Yep.
Was it the Crusades? That was horrible.
Yeah. So that's what I mean. That's the thing with humanity, right? Everything good always has to get ruined. Because some way, somehow, evil people will figure out a way to exploit it.
But that's the human nature, though. The human nature is to hoard resources for your own survival. We have not evolved intellectually yet to have.
Some of us have.
Some of us have, but a large portion of society has not. Especially capitalism. Capitalism is basically the avenue of exactly what it is, to hoard, to exploit all resources and to move on. there is ways where capitalism can be successful if it serves the greater good of society. And there's a lot of countries in Europe that practice that. They have regulated capitalism.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's all things you can try and regulate them, but there's always going to be people that are going to find loopholes and ways to manipulate. Even in those countries, it still happens, just on a lot more of a minor scale.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, sometimes, not to sound too depressing, but do you ever ask yourself if maybe we're just a failed species? We keep repeating the same mistakes. Like, we literally have an entire history of repeating the same mistakes over and over and over and over again.
Are we if we were a failed species, we would not be here. That's how I would answer that question. It doesn't take how many. Eventually, we will learn our lessons.
I hope so. I hope so. Because right now, it doesn't seem like it. It seems like we just keep
always feel like
repeating
we're
the same
being
shit.
tested.
What's that?
I just feel like we're always being tested.
Yeah.
I mean, from a spiritual perspective, that's what, from, the spiritual realm, that's exactly what this 3D reality is all about. It's literally a school for the soul, right? It's a place where we come to get tested so that we can get to know ourselves on a deeper spiritual level. Like the whole, in a lot of the ancient traditions, Buddhism, Hinduism, they're always talking about reincarnation, right? You keep coming back until you finally learn your lesson.
There is some truth to that, that? Because when you think about it, I think I spoke on it on a live before with Beaver Politics. First Nation thought is a cycle, like everything goes around in a circle. And we have the rain cycle, we have the rock cycle, we have the seasons. Everything runs on a cycle, right? So when you think about the universe during the Big Bang we have the same amount of mass now in the universe as it started during the Big Bang, because everything is constantly recycled. Stars are recycled into new planets and yada, 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 right? So it makes sense that when your body dies, your basic elements, your carbon, is reincarnated into something else. That's why when I die, I told my kids I want to be cremated, and the faster I'm back to my natural elements, the faster I become something else.
That's what I said too. I know where I want my ashes to go. I'm already setting that up. But I mean, have you guys ever had the experience of like, if anybody close to you has ever passed away and then seeing their body? Like, if you've ever had that experience, you'll probably have that same feeling of like something was just not there anymore. Like they weren't there anymore, even though their body was there. It's that sense of like there is something separate from the human body that makes a person who they are, and that something probably goes off somewhere else.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Right?
Yeah, it's just an empty vessel type of thing. Like,
and you feel that on every level. So
I work in a nursing home, so I see death pretty much on the daily, and I agree with that.
This is how I've maintained my sanity for the last 7 months. For the last 7 months, I've attended at least 2 funerals a month to 3 funerals a month. September, October, November, December, January, February. March was the only reprieve, but there are still some passings in my community.
I'm sorry.
It's every day. So, but that's okay. How I get through it is exactly that. I think that's just an empty vessel. They're gone to a better place. And the sooner they go back to the earth, the sooner they come back into something else.
Well said.
This isn't common. This is not uncommon in my community. All of Canada is suffering this.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a part of human life.
Yeah.
And I think we would honestly all be better off if we kind of made peace with that too. Just like I said with the Buddhists, right? If remind yourself that it's going to come for you one day so that you can actually be here in the present much more fully with much more awareness.
Exactly.
The less fear you have. Yeah, we talked for a good like 2 hours.
I was about to say it's about
Yeah.
11 o'clock. I gotta get ready for work tomorrow.
That's cool. I was gonna plan on shutting down this live in another 17 minutes so that I go for 2 straight hours.
All right, you guys have a deadly night.
Sounds good.
See you guys.
Nice.
Nice chatting with you. Bye.
Bye.
Do you want me to disconnect you? He got it. All right. Well, that kind of went off topic completely, but now that we're here, you never know which way these lives could go. But let's talk about this for a second, just before we end the live. How's everybody feeling about? I mean, why is it okay? Why is it okay for him not to have any journalists allowed to travel with him? Why is it okay for him to only take a maximum of 4 questions a day, and those questions and those journalists have to be vetted by him, and he won't speak or answer to any journalist that he doesn't want to speak or answer to? Like, how is that okay? Like, I know you guys, you know... Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, to me, it's just not okay. Plain and simple, not okay. I don't even understand how he gets away with it.
Because he's made the media to be like these demons, right? And he just, all mainstream media is fake news. Like, it's the exact same stuff that Donald Trump pulled. And I just don't understand how these conservatives that seem to say that they don't like Trump and say that they're anti-Trump at the same time be willing to vote for a guy who's running the exact same campaign. Like, I'm genuinely wondering if they just didn't pay attention to what happened in the United States. Like, if they just didn't follow Trump's campaign, if they didn't know what he said, if they didn't know how he ran it. So everything that PP does seems new to them. Like, they don't see the similarities because they weren't paying attention.
That could be. I mean, I know a lot of people that I've talked to, I mean, they really do get their information from some crazy sources. So maybe they really didn't see what was going on, although I don't know.
Like, it's either that they're Trump supporters in disguise,
Yep.
or they just genuinely don't know anything about how Trump ran his campaign for 4 years. I know it's hard to believe because the dude was everywhere on social media, but it's the only 2 valid ideas that I can come up with for why they're totally okay to vote for a guy who is following the Trump playbook play by play.
Yeah, I can't figure it out, but I think the misinformation that is out there, how do I word this? It seems so real to them. Like, the first thing they see is what they will follow. You know, and then the algorithm, like if they're using TikTok, if they like those videos, that's what they keep seeing over and over and over again. And maybe they just don't see the similarities. Maybe for the fact that, you know, Trump says he's, you know, supporting Carney. And so I don't know.
I genuinely, it's just very odd to me because when I see a opposing side of what I believe, I still listen to it unless I can debunk it really easily with my previous knowledge. But if I don't have the knowledge to do so, I'll look it up. I've had conservatives make some wild claims and I didn't just start attacking them. I actually went and researched them to see, is there any truth to this? And so with the amount of conservatives that we see, even like in the chats, right, and in the live streams, they're obviously seeing opposing information. They're obviously seeing our content. Like, the amount of people I've had to block in my life because they saw my content, like they're obviously seeing it, but it ain't getting through. None of it is. They're not, I don't think they're willing to go research anything that I say. They're just, their first thing is like, insult her, tell her to shut up.
Yep.
I don't get that.
Yeah, I don't get it either. Sometimes I feel like we're just, knocking our heads on a wall.
Yeah, I feel like we
want
are
to look
too.
it up. Like they don't even want to go look. They
I know.
can never provide a source, ever. Any lives that I've been in, anyway, they make these outlandish claims, and they can never provide a source. They'll just tell you to go look it up.
Yeah, and then they'll try to turn the whole argument around when they realize that they can't prove it, and then they'll just move the goalpost or pivot to something else and continue.
Yep. Call you names.
So we got to get out and vote like crazy. We got to save our democracy.
We do. And I mean, I worry because Trump has even made some comments about, you vote for when he was running, vote for me now, you'll never have to vote again. Like, what does that stuff mean? Like, what's his plan?
I mean, we knew what it meant. I told everybody when he made that comment, I was like, there's dictatorship is coming for you. And everybody was like, nah, you're being so extreme. And like, okay, then look at it now. People warned you. We all told you it's coming. But.
And if that happens there, could that happen here? Like, that's so scary.
Of course it can happen here.
Yeah.
And I'm honestly so sick and tired when I hear people that are like, oh, it's the same thing on both sides. No, it's not. It's not. You guys have just been brainwashed to believe that.
Yeah.
Like, literally. Your party has taught you to project everything they do onto the opposition. You have been brainwashed into believing that for the last at least 3 years. At least.
Well, even here with the carbon tax, I mean, that was basically PP's only point for how long that he was going to get rid of it. Carney comes in, that's what he does, and now they've got it all turned around. Well, no, he just zeroed it out. He's going to bring it back in. They got what they wanted, and they're still not happy.
No, because he didn't want to remove the industrial carbon tax, and so now they're hung up on the industrial carbon tax because nothing's going to change until that gets taken away. And they don't realize that if that gets taken away, that is literally us entering into a more intricate relationship with the states that we can't get out of. Because Europe is not going to trade with us if we don't have an industrial carbon tax.
And I think they think that all the prices are just going to magically go down and all the groceries are going to be cheaper and everything's going to be back to the way it was before COVID.
Yeah, because they don't understand how capitalism works or economy works.
At all.
Or how corporations work. Or how corporations work. Like, if you don't increase your profits every single year as a corporation by the capitalist model, that means you're a failure. So what can you do to constantly make more money? Oh, I don't know. Raise prices.
Exactly.
Genius idea, right? It drives me wild how like we are not blaming these frickin' billionaires, and all we do is blame the government or blame other people that have nothing to do with why your prices are higher. Like, the government is not here to dictate prices. That's never been the case. The government is here to take care of the people. The government has tried to make the businesses too happy, unfortunately, over the years. And what happens when you have countries like America was, not anymore, but the way that America was, it let businesses get away with a lot more. So you would have business people from Canada and from Europe moving their businesses and going down to the States to do business because it was more advantageous, right? So That's why our governments had to pander to business people to keep them in the country, to keep our economy going. But at the end of the day, the whole system is shit. But that's not the government's fault. And most of the issues that we have now with housing, with our economy, they come from conservative government decisions that were made under Mulroney and under Harper for the most part.
Yep.
And also all the shit that they complain about, most of it is all provincial. And look at where most of the complaints are coming from. They're coming from provinces with conservative premiers.
Absolutely. That blew me away with the convoy. They're marching to Ottawa. Well, why? It was provincial mandates. I don't understand. And I mean,
I don't think they understood either.
No, I'm in New Brunswick, and we had Higgs, so we were conservative, and it was terrible here. And now we just voted in Liberal, and things are slowly starting to change. And it's nice to see. But when they went to Ottawa, I just kept why? What did they think they were going to accomplish by occupying? Like, I don't understand. And mad that Trudeau wouldn't come out and talk to them. Well, would you? The way they were threatening him, and it just didn't make any sense. I just don't understand what they thought they were going to accomplish doing something like that. And now all the flags have changed to F. Carney now instead of, I'm just. If they put that much energy into other things.
Somebody just said you're allowed to protest. Yes, you are allowed to protest, but most protests don't last 3 weeks. It's not a protest anymore at that point, my friend. It's an occupation.
Occupation.
And just FYI, you were asked kindly and politely to leave over and over again. The government had so much patience. Because protests, as I said, are over the same day that they begin for the most part.
Yeah.
Yes, there has been I was going to say, yes, there has been a couple of protests, say like around pipelines or the pro-Palestinian protests in universities, but they stuck to like the campus, or they stuck to one small area where they didn't necessarily block traffic and, honk their horns 24/7 and traumatize the city and the citizens of an area. So there's a big difference between those protests and the 3-week occupation where everyone had patience. And I'm sorry, but the police treated those protesters so much better than they treat pro-Palestinian protester, that so many times they've been been arrested and stuff like that. They've faced a lot harsher police repercussion for protesting for 1 day versus those people that protested for 3 weeks.
Yep. And how did all those people get time off work, and how are they I don't even understand how they had the time to even do that. I know I couldn't just say, "Oh, I'm going to go to Ottawa for 3 weeks," and
they raised a lot of money. They did raise a lot of money, but 45% of it was U.S. funded. Let's not forget that part either. There's a lot of money and a lot of influence from the United States.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm wondering if we're going to head back into that direction again.
Most likely.
Yeah.
Most likely. Conservatives are already saying that, if they don't win, election's rigged. They're not going to accept the election results. I mean, I see that in my own comments all the time. In my comments on my page, people are like, the election's rigged, don't believe the polls. And I don't, to be honest, me personally, I don't believe shit until I see it. I had tons of anxiety around the Germany election. I'm going to have tons of anxiety for this one. I'm going to have tons of anxiety for the Romanian election. I never take elections for granted. I never take the polls for granted. I think they're a good tool, especially at helping things like strategic voting, but I don't see them as a guarantee. Ever.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of made that mistake when I was following the election in the States. I really did believe that Trump wasn't going to win, so I felt good until I sat there that night and I was like, what's going on? Seriously, what's going on? Hoping that doesn't happen here, but
They had a really, really low voter turnout, and that was a big problem.
yeah.
And we usually have pretty low voter turnout too, so I'm hoping that more people actually get out and vote this time around.
I hope so.
I still feel like we should have mandatory voting. Like, I don't care who hates me for saying this. I think that it should be a mandate to vote. And if you don't vote, you get a fine. And if you don't pay your fine, you get driver's license taken away, like the way that they do in Australia.
I don't understand why people don't want to vote. Even if they don't really care, I don't understand what the big deal is to go vote.
I think they feel like there's a lot of responsibility in voting, and they don't want to take on the responsibility because they don't have the time or the patience to learn about what's the best decision.
Yeah.
And a lot of them, like a lot of the people that I know that don't vote, are people that literally think to themselves that if they just don't pay attention to politics, it won't affect them. They don't realize that politics affects every area of your life.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's also a big problem. Until people actually realize that everything they do, from the roads that they drive on to the healthcare that they get, is all based around politics, people are going to continue to have massive voter apathy.
Yeah. I don't understand it. I really do. Like, women's rights to me is like a big issue, and I worry about my kids' future. I worry about all of that stuff so much. I mean, it's already started here. We had our AB clinic was closed, like it's already started.
Yeah.
How worse do you think it's going to get?
I'm not going to go into detail right now because it's pretty depressing.
It is, yes. Yes, it is.
But there's a lot of online resources, that talk about how much worse it can get. So
Yeah.
right now we're blessed to have what we have in comparison to what's going on in the States right now.
Oh, I know.
So, but who knows for how much longer? And that's the thing, right? I've told people, like, if the conservatives come after women's rights, it won't be something that's like this big thing that'll happen overnight. It'll be a slow stripping away process. And it'll go quietly in the background when no one's paying attention.
Yep.
Because it'll start from something like changing ultrasound laws to changing how much access you have to changing access to contraception, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, until, that sneaky law that tried to give the fetus like the same rights as a human. Stuff like that. It'll slowly creep its way in. So when PP stands up there and he goes, "Oh, nobody in my party is going to touch AB rights. Don't worry." Yeah, because it's not going to come straight for AB. It'll be a slow process. But 5-6 years from now, if we continue down that path, it could potentially become a real danger. But again, if you go on like itstartsrighthere.ca, the pro-life platform of Canada, you'll see all of the different policy changes they want to make, which would take a couple of years, but it would slowly strip women of their rights.
It's insane. Well, like the act in the States where if you don't have the same last name on your birth certificate as you do now, you can't vote.
I love people in the comments that are like, they won't do that here. Americans said the same thing too, right? Americans literally said the same thing. They said, it can't happen here. It can't happen here. Like, it's mind-blowing to me that, like, no matter how many examples you have from around the world of right-wing politicians from the same organization, the IDU. So same organization, right-wing politicians, same playbook, same type of policy changes, and you still don't think it can happen here. Like, What world are you living in, dude? Why do you think that Canada is untouchable when it's literally happened in other places from the same type of politicians that are all working together? Tell me.
Yeah.
So sick and tired of people that are like, oh, it can't happen again. It can't happen again. Do you know how many things continue to happen again? How many laws have been rolled back around the world? Anyway, sorry, Lily, I cut you off. Go ahead.
No, that's all right. That's all right. I was just saying about not having the asking about the what's it called, the SAVE Act? Is that what it's called?
Yeah. Yeah. So
that has passed, right?
it's passed the House, not the Senate yet.
Okay.
And I'm thinking that because of this whole scandal with how pissed off the judges are because Trump isn't listening to their orders, even the Republican judges that bent the knee to him and gave him immunity, they're now wishing they didn't. I think that because of that, it's not going to pass the Senate. I think that there's going to be a lot of Republicans that might kind of wake up a little bit and realize that, like, oh shit, this is really full dictatorship. Like, we're not going to get to have a say in anything. Like, we don't matter anymore. So we have a chance to have our voices matter now. Let's not pass this ridiculous act that would strip away 69 million women's rights to vote. I mean, again, for the people that are like, it can't happen here, do you think that women in the United States thought that it could happen there, that maybe they wouldn't be able to vote anymore? Like, it's supposed to be a basic right in a democracy, and have that taken away from them? Yes, I did just say take away women's rights to vote. That's what's happening in the United States if this bill goes through and gets passed by the Senate. But it's already been passed by the House, and 4 Democrats actually voted in favor of it. Don't worry, Laura. Men are not competing in women's sports. It's women that are competing in women's sports. I know you have a hard time wrapping your brain around that, but I don't expect that much from you, to be honest. But yeah, it won't happen here.
Bots,
Let's
right?
not worry
Saying that
about it.
crap, they got to be bots. They can't be.
No,
real.
there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people that think that way. When I went to the conservative, I went to like a conservative town hall type of thing for women because I wanted to see what they were going to say. Terrible experience. But like, of course, that was one of the big things that they had to touch on, right? And there was a bunch of women there that were like, I don't want men competing in sports. Like that was one of the big issues. So yeah, because there's apparently so many men, just competing in women's sports all the time. Like, at the end of the day, what makes a woman, right?
Yeah.
Her hormones.
Yeah.
Everything that has to do with gender has to do with hormones. So the reason that, like, for example, women don't build as much muscle and don't have as high of a bone density is because of hormones. So when somebody transitions and they take the other hormones, and now they have the hormones of a woman, for example, within 3 years, they do not have any sort of advantage anymore. They are at the same level. And like, when you're in sports, you're also competing. Like, for example, if it's MMA fighting, it's not like you're going to get a 250-pound dude that decided to transition and is now a 250-pound woman competing against a 150-pound woman. You'd still be going against your size. It's still equal. Like, and that's the thing. When you're competing on these big levels, your hormones are fully tested. If you're a trans athlete, they won't let you compete unless you have hormones that match the hormones of all the other women that you're competing against. And not to mention that it's one of the most rarest things ever, too. There's not that many trans athletes. Like, there really isn't. Like, that shouldn't be your number one issue. Like, women's rights have a lot more to do with everything else outside of sports. That's like the least of our worry. Our worry is to be able to walk home at night and not get schmurdered.
Right?
Like,
Yeah.
not be the target of abuse, not be the target of violence, like we have been for thousands of years. So yeah, the whole like don't let men into women's sports, like, oh my god, my eyes could not roll harder in the back of my head. Anyway, I think I'm done for the night. I'm going
Well,
to.
thank you for having me up. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, it's been a fun little chat today. Yeah. Call me out for what, Shadys Ma? I'll bring you up here if you want to have a rational conversation. I'll stay on for another 20 minutes.
Perfect. Come on up.
Jeez.
What you're saying makes no sense because genetically, men are stronger than women. Even if they transition to female, they're still genetically gifted more than women.
Do you have a source for that?
Genetically. Yes.
Do you have a
science.
source for that?
Open up a biology textbook, you'd read it. It's not that hard.
Okay,
You
cool.
go to high school,
Yeah,
There it is.
actually,
Look it up
you should
yourself.
have been taught biology. That's how this works.
you don't understand
A naturally
biology.
born male will genetically be stronger than a naturally born woman, no matter what you
You're not
do. That's how
even you're not
genetics
even
works.
letting
That's
me
science.
talk. You're just stating something without actually having the science to back it. Biology changes depending on your hormones. So if you start taking estrogen and progesterone, your testosterone levels are going to go super down. Your muscle mass is going to go down. Your bone density is going to go down. That's what happens when you start.
Testosterone has nothing to do with your genetic structure. If you don't understand that, there's nothing I can tell you. I mean, that's simply how that works.
What the fuck do you mean by that, sir? Because if
How do you not
depending-
understand that men are genetically stronger than women? You can take HRT. That doesn't change how your fucking genetics are. You gain your
Dude.
genetics before you're even born. What are you on about?
There are women who transition and
Sure.
start taking a lot of testosterone, and they can compete on the same level as men that are in the same size category as them.
Okay, and what about men that are also on the same amount of testosterone?
Well, then that wouldn't be equal, would it? Because your
How would not
hormones
be
get
equal?
tested.
You're saying that if it's the same thing, right? No matter what, if someone's taking testosterone, that's not going to be equal. You're taking a performance-enhancing drug. That's not the same thing. You can say, oh, if this woman took 1,000 milligrams of fucking test, 1,000 milligrams of tren,
What are you talking about?
1,000 milligrams of
Okay,
Evo.
just
No shit.
stop.
Like what?
If you're you don't know what you're talking about. You really don't. Like, you really
don't.
need
You're
to look
comparing
into the
tren
science.
and testosterone to what men and women not being genetically the same. That's just how that works. If you failed high school, just say that.
Oh, honey,
I don't
I
think
have
you're
more
arguing.
post-secondary
Genetically, men are
education
stronger
in
than
my
women.
pinky finger than your entire family.
He doesn't understand pharmaceuticals. Okay. I mean, I'm on test right now, but whatever.
Yeah, I can tell. You're very testy. Oh, boo-boo.
Yeah, it's the testosterone.
See, so this
That's
is what
why he's
happens
so
is when
emotional.
people like you start to lose an argument, you start to attack somebody, like based off that. You start to insult them because you can't
you-
understand
attacked
the
her.
concept.
You literally attacked me and told me that I don't have an education. First of all, it's so funny how
You
y'all
must not have
can
an
dish it
education if
out
you don't
so
understand genetics.
easily. But the second that somebody calls you boo-boo, you have a meltdown. Like, dude, maybe you should stop taking so much testosterone.
Who had a meltdown? Who had a meltdown? I just said you're wrong.
You had
Okay.
meltdown, dude. Like we all heard it.
There,
You
yeah,
can't actually
there.
process how genetics work, then that's on you.
No, I could mentally process how genetics work. I just know for a fact, and I have done my research to know that after 3 years of transitioning, you can be at a very similar level as the other people that you're competing against. Like, if you're only talking about bodybuilding, like we're talking about all sports, like, you know, most people in tennis, Olympic tennis, are not taking extra hormones.
Okay, so you're saying, but of course, if a woman transitions and does testosterone, steroids, hormone-enhancing drugs, whatever, that's not the same as what I'm saying, which is a man and a woman not being genetically the same. It's not the same. If you're
We're talking about whether it is
then the same
fair.
guy is going to be allowed to do the same thing.
Okay, we're talking about people being able to compete in sports after they have
So you
transitioned.
think you should be able to do steroids to compete in sports as a woman?
What?
What? That doesn't even make sense.
You just said test.
I said if I was a woman who was transitioning after 3 years of transitioning and becoming what I would consider myself a man, right? Mm-hmm. Gender identity. If I had the same levels of testosterone and the same muscle mass, I could compete with another man that's the same size as me.
Well, technically, no, because that man would also be on steroids. You can't compete on steroids.
Okay, hormone replacement therapy is not looked at as
You said
steroids.
testosterone, you fucking idiot. Are you stupid?
Hormone replacement therapy is
No, HRT and
testosterone.
testosterone is not the same thing.
That's exactly what it is. Hormone
It's definitely
replacement
not.
therapy
Okay.
is taking. Oh yeah, okay. I don't have trans friends. I don't know what I'm talking about. You know better.
Holy fuck. Brain dead lip
Well,
parts.
and
I'm
What the?
wow.
HRT can be testosterone, it can be estrogen, it can be progesterone, it can be any of the hormones that help you be one gender or the other. There's
Or,
also
you know
women
what?
that are born with natural higher levels of testosterone, and they tend to be stronger and build more muscle and have higher bone density. Why can they compete with other women when they have a natural advantage?
Well,
Like, it doesn't.
women tend to receive HRT, especially during perimenopause and menopause. And if you're looking at HRT, you can also look at that as birth control. Hormone replacement therapy can be utilized in a lot of different places in life. And you know what? Oh my God! Why was he comparing testosterone to steroids? He was clearly taking too much testosterone, because we now know the reason that women kind of have maybe emotional uprisings during that time of the month is because we are very high in testosterone and much lower in estrogen and progesterone. And I have to say that out loud because I'm sure there's men in this audience who do not realize that when women are on their period, that is the time we have the most amount of testosterone coursing through our bodies. So when we're being emotional, it's because we're being emotional. Like, what was that? No, you know what? Oh
That
my
was
God.
that was a young, angry conservative dude who is taking testosterone because he's getting fucking cut at the gym. And he's gonna look so fucking hot this summer. Yeah. And he probably listens to all the alpha bros online that have indoctrinated him into thinking that trans people are evil and that HRT is not testosterone. Like,
I genuinely am like, did some girl beat you in a race in high school or something? Like, was that what the problem was? Like,
no, the
this
dude
was
has just
obviously-
listened to too much Andrew Tate and Jordan Peterson and all the other freaking bros online because he's a gym bro.
And it's hilarious because as somebody who's studied, like, who is currently even at this point studying physical health and personal training and nutritional sciences in response to that, women have advantages in certain types of sports because naturally women tend to build more muscles in our legs. We tend to be faster for long distances. They're like, each gender genetically has advantages in certain sports. When he says strong, I'm like, okay, well, qualify that for me. 'Cause what does strong mean? I would dare you to go do one of those machines that takes you through the whole childbirth process. I feel like you're not going to make it. And given that response for somebody saying one word to them, he's definitely not even going to make it to round 2, forget even all the way to 10. Like, what?
And personal anecdote here. One of my really good friends is a trans woman, but I knew her before as well. And we're about the same size. And she's transitioned now for it's been 5 years or so, right? It's been a long time. And I whooped that girl's ass at the gym. Like, there's no way that we both train the same amount. Doesn't matter. I'm stronger. I naturally just have more testosterone. Like, just naturally being a woman now, like just naturally as a woman, she's transitioned. And I saw the process. She got smaller and weaker and lost a bunch of muscle mass, and lost a bunch of bone density. Like, I saw it happen in real time. And even though we're the same size, I'm way stronger than her because I actually now have more testosterone than she does. So when people say that kind of shit, like, I'm sorry. You don't know what you're talking about.
And he just talked really loud and really fast, got mad, called you a bunch of names, cried a little, and then just left. I mean, what's the point of that?
Also, honey, Frederick, hold on, we got another one of these guys in here. Frederick, I'm not voting for Carney because we don't vote for our PM. Like, I'm not in his riding, so I can't vote for him. I'm going to be voting for Jake. Maybe you should get to know your local MPs. That might be helpful.
Well, I'm lucky enough that I think we have 6 or 7 people running in my riding. We have more than we have 2 independents running.
Frederick, what do you think? Hold on. Frederick, why are you asking? You already know that I'm going to be a progressive voter. I'm friends with a trans person. I'm obviously a progressive voter. You guys don't even accept them as human beings, so, like, of course I'm not going to be voting conservative. Why would you even ask that question? What a silly question. Sorry, Tiffany. Sorry that I cut you off. He just asked me like 3 times in the comments, so.
Oh, it's all good. Both of us are really used to silly questions and silly responses because, we don't do our research properly. Sorry, I couldn't even finish the sentence without laughing because it's just so absurd. Like, I'm literally at the point, and maybe because it's also tax season and stuff, I have less patience than normal, that I'm just like, no, we're not swearing at people. We're not doing that. If you don't like what somebody says, that's fine, but you don't get to swear and call them names. We don't do that.
I just really think that it is absolutely wild how they dish out insults, and the second you bring even a little bit of that same energy back, they're like, oh, that's all you guys do, you insult, you're terrible. And it's like, do you not like hear yourself when you speak at all? Like, you guys are the most insulting human beings, but when we defend ourselves, we're the bad guys. Like, the double standards is...
Yeah, Darvo Kings. Happy's got it. Darvo Kings. Literally. Like, I'm just slowly, like, I'm not sure how to even...
I don't think they know what Darvo is.
They don't even know what
really
emotion
don't.
is. They only know one emotion. Out of the whole spectrum of emotional words, they only have captured one in their essence. We saw it on display in that exchange. It's the only one they have, though, because it's the only... The sad part is because likely it's the only one they've been taught in society to feel. That's the hard part, is that I kind of want to give the empathy, because I get that this is a patriarchal issue in that most men have only been taught to feel anger as the only emotion that is safe to express. And that was what happens when you're not allowed to express any other emotions, which can include confusion, disappointment, all sorts of other things. And, like, he was just so unwilling to listen to anyone else's perspective. And yes, male and female, and I'm not going to, like, yes, there is differences genetically, but he's not taking into account that there is not just XX and XY. There's a whole host of other things in between and multiple different, and we haven't even scratched the surface in understanding hormones, how they play a role in anything, beyond a million other things about the human body that we don't understand and how they impact our ability to do anything. Like, we're not even we're basically scratching the surface at the beginning of that science. We're not even close. And if we're talking female sciences, we're not even, like, at the beginning. We're, like, 10 steps back from the beginning. They didn't even bother to start. Like,
Yeah, I mean, we know how recent, like, female health science is, right? I mean, everything was based around the male body for what? Forever, until about 20 years ago, when we finally started creating some models of the female anatomy and figuring that out. Even the way that medical recommendations were given up until 10, 15 years ago were, for all humans in general, based only off the male anatomy. So, yeah, we definitely have a lot of work to still do there, but it's not going to happen under a conservative government because they're going to come after the universities and everything else
well, just like they are
that would evolve our humanity.
Well, exactly. They haven't even begun to really deep dive and study into even personal training and health and how that is different for male-bodied people versus female-bodied people, because, like, female-bodied people have just been trained as little mini male-bodied people, and that is not how our whole body is not. Our body's not set up like that. Like, there are certain times during our cycle that we're going to be stronger. We're going to be able to do more. We're going to be able to lift heavier, do more reps, and then other times where, like, the 20-pound dumbbells you picked up last week feel like they're 150 pounds each. Like, and you couldn't pick them up if your life depended on it. And you're like, well, what the hell? Last week I was like,
Yeah.
just.
And women should be changing their training style and their cardio style throughout the month, depending on where they are in their month, right? We're just figuring that out now.
Exactly.
And, like, making sure that, yeah, and exactly, right? Like, making sure that you don't do certain things so that you don't make your period worse, et cetera, et cetera. There's so much that we never knew before, but all of that research is going to go downhill because, you know, if conservatives are going to look at it as a threat. It's too woke for them.
But how? Like, how does it affect you if you're not a female-bodied person?
Because they don't want to spend they don't want to spend any money on research that would benefit somebody that's not them.
Okay, touche.
I mean, even now, like, look at what's happening in the United States, right? There's so much funding that's being cut, even into research that would benefit them. Like, all the vaccine research, like, that benefits everybody.
Like, oh my God. Well, and then they want to restudy vaccines that have already been studied and approved many decades over. Like, I don't.
Build distrust in the system in order to conquer.
Yeah, like, I genuinely, being that I'm from Alberta and watching the measles cases rise here, and then our health minister be like, well, it's da-da-da-da. I'm like, no, it's because you guys sat here through the whole entire C-19, sitting here teaching people that pharmaceutical companies were trying to poison them and vaccines were evil, et cetera, et cetera. I'm like, that you now caused this problem that didn't need to be a problem. Like, me and you grew up with this being a vaccine, like, just available for all of us, all the people we knew, all the friends, all the parents, all the everybody. We're all still here. It's kind of like fluoride in the water. I have no idea where that became this whole toxic poison thing. And I was like, dude, there is literally a study. As somebody who lives in E-Town, there's a study between us and Cowtown. Decades and decades of study showing what happens when there's fluoride in the water. Here's E-Town with all the fluoride. Have had it since I was like before I was even born. We've been doing it since the 60s. And then Cowtown, who, you know, decided to like stop, and the amount of cavities that ensued.
Yeah, I know.
Like
I know.
It's not even like, do we not think that if this has been in the water system since the mid to late 60s, that we would not be seeing something?
Oh, it's been longer. It's been longer than that. You know how I found out it's been longer than that is because I did that whole huge background story on Elon Musk's grandpa. And Elon Musk's grandfather was protesting against fluoridizing, putting fluoride in the water system, pasteurizing milk, and vaccines. Those things, he was already against them in the 40s, in the late 30s and 40s.
Like all
Because
of those things.
because he thought that it was part of some like government shadowy cabal that wanted to take over.
Like,
I wonder
fluoridated water
where.
helps protect our teeth, and fluoride occurs naturally. Like you can find it in tea. If you drink enough tea, you will get fluoride. It's probably the only thing that saves.
I
British
know, but the
people's teeth.
conspiracy that fluoride calcifies your pineal gland and therefore you won't be able to make your spiritual connections anymore became a really big thing in the spiritual community. And I find it so funny because it's like when I was doing like a big yoga conference or whatever, I met this yoga teacher from India that had lived in India forever, and he was a dentist in India. And the guy was actually teaching meditation. He was like a meditation expert. And so just for shits and giggles, I was like, so, have you been brushing with fluoride-free toothpaste your whole life? Because I can tell your pineal gland's super open. And he just laughed and he's like, no, fluoride is great. That's the reason I have such good teeth.
He's probably like, what in the actual... Well, no, he's probably heard it before. Like, so many of these things, I'm like, really, guys? Like, there are actually things we could be spending our energy on that actually would advance us as a people. We don't need to revisit things that have been talked about, done, researched to the nth degree for many, many decades. Like, why? There's no point in us wasting our energy and time. Time is precious. It's a one commodity you spend, you don't get back. The only commodity you have. Once it's spent, that's it. You don't get a chance to earn more. Like,
well, here I want to just quickly, because Frederick in the chat here asked us a bunch of times how we feel about liberals wanting to take away your pew-pews. And I just wanted to quickly say, like, I think all of us here on this panel, like, we don't care. We like don't care. Like,
He hasn't stopped the whole time in those comments.
I know. We don't care. And we don't care. And we don't care to like argue with people that are going to be stuck on these issues that, like, to us, they're very minor in comparison to like human rights. I don't care. Like, what a better place it would be if nobody had weapons, right? Like, I'm pro not having weapons at all, because all you care about is having weapons just in case a tyrannical government comes into play. If that ever does happen, they're going to have much bigger, better weapons than you. So it really doesn't matter. If you're a hunter, sure, you need it for hunting, great. But other than that, like, we don't need that shit. Like, stick to your knives and bows and arrows, you know?
well, my question becomes, what are you going to use it for? Like, you can't, we have no carry weapons thing that you can utilize here.
Because they think it's for safety. They think it's for like home invasions if somebody breaks into your house and you can, be...
I don't think you're legally allowed to use them, and if so, then you're going to get in big trouble with the popo. Just saying.
No, I think you're allowed to use them if there's a home invasion. Who knows? I don't know, because I could care less. But do you guys want me to bring this? Do you guys want me to bring this guy up?
Sure. Bring him up. Let's have fun.
Be nice. So if he's being nice, be nice. Only if he's giving off that kind of energy, then you can give it back. But if he's being nice, just have a polite conversation.
Hey guys.
Hello.
Hey. Okay, so I have to vote for Pierre only because of this issue. It's fairly simple. Handguns being banned is a delusional concept because 97% of all gun crime is from illegally smuggled guns. It has nothing to do with people who have PAL licenses or legal guns. So it's either malicious or incompetence. Which one you could choose?
Can I ask a question, Frederick? Do
What's
you
up?
have a PAL?
No, I do not.
I didn't think so. Because if you had a PAL, you'd know that your firearms always have to be locked up and your ammunition has to be in a separate place. So when your house is being broken into, you're going to run to your firearm safe, open it up, get your gun out or your
Yes.
pew out and use it.
Yes, you're allowed to if you can determine that if your house is being broken into, you can see on camera they have weapons. Even if they don't have weapons, if it's multiple people, you
Be
can
on
go get your
camera, they're
gun.
breaking into your house.
Listen. Regardless of the case, you can go get your gun. Your ammunition does not have to be locked. It has to be separately in a different
Yes.
place. You can still get it, and you can use your gun for a home invasion. And if you live
No,
in
you can't,
Toronto,
like,
home
sneak
invasions
with it,
are a
right?
regular thing. I live in Toronto. Home invasions are a regular thing. So them banning handguns is just a delusional concept.
Okay, Frederick, here's another thing. Have you ever looked at the statistics in the United States about gun violence, deaths, and the amount of people per capita that have accidents, especially children, with these protection guns?
I agree, but that's the U.S., not Canada. Legal gun owners, like you said, PAL licenses are very hard to obtain. Once you get a PAL license, there's a lot of safety training that you get.
Not that hard.
It's different in the U.S. Very different in the U.S.
I'm just saying, it's not rocket science either. Don't make it sound like a PAL is that difficult. I managed, and it's not my forte.
It's different in the U.S. where you can just go to the store and buy a gun. You can agree on that, right?
I'm glad it's different because I'd hate for us to be able to just go to a Walmart down the street and just purchase pew-pews. That would scare me.
Ammunition.
My question is this. You guys like empirical data, right? The left loves empirical data. All experts say legal gun owners... All
No,
experts.
there's no
all-
data where all experts say something. Can you cite a
Basically,
specific
90...
study?
The empirical data
No
shows
study said all
97%.
Hold on.
experts-
Just let him finish. Just let him finish.
The empirical
Go
data
ahead.
is clear. It's 97% of all gun crime is illegally smuggled guns. Like, it doesn't get more clear than that. There's no reason to ban legal handguns. It's, like I said, incompetence or which one do you guys think it is? Incompetence or malice there by the liberals?
Okay, then it's a problem that we're having with an issue of smuggling at the border, in which case then our border services needs extra funding to ensure that they are equipped to do their job properly.
Which
agree.
we just did, by the way. So we don't have any of the new numbers after we've implemented harsher border security, because we just did that in December. So it's going to be at least another 3-4 months before we can get any tiny little bit of trickle data to see if it's making an impact in terms of stopping illegal weapons coming across the border. But again, I still don't understand how that fits into, like, the liberals, like it's only their fault. Like,
Well,
we
yeah,
had
they
illegal,
ban
we had
handguns.
illegal. Okay, but what does banning handguns
Or
have to
legal
do
gun.
with?
The sale of
Can I-
handguns, right?
First of all, why are you so stuck on the hand pew-pews? Because you can defend yourself with a different level. I don't want to say anything that's going to get us taken out.
A different kind of pew pew.
Different kind of, yeah, with a longer barrel.
The point is, why are they doing it for? Because there's no reason to do it.
Because
Like,
children find them because people do not
Come
follow
on.
the rules just because the rules exist.
Yep.
in the last 20 years,
Accidents
what
happen,
accidents has
and
happened in
handguns
Canada?
are not needed for hunting purposes. They're just not. You maybe you need a special license. I don't know, but generally speaking, you don't need a handgun to go hunting. So what do you need it for? You need
But
it
they're
for
doing it on the
violence.
guise of gun crime. I just watched the news and they're talking about gun crime in Toronto and saying they're going to ban handguns when it's like, it's illogical. There's why are you correlating the two?
Then anyone found with them, it is illegal.
That sounds great.
It's already is illegal though. It already currently is illegal. People that have handguns, they have them illegally. So it's currently banned for those people. They are not legal gun owners. They don't have pals.
And that's why I said that if we are having an issue with illegal pew-pews, then that is an issue of them being smuggled in across the border, in which case then we need to fund Border Patrol services further so that we can help support the Border Patrol services to do a better job than they're doing now, which I think they're doing a fantastic job. And not give more people pew-pews. That's like the illogical answer is to give more pew-pews than to take away more and to prevent. Just saying.
I would just like to ask a question rather than attack the whole concept, of evolution. Do you think the will of the people matters in these kinds of situations? Like if the greater percentage of the entirety of our country says, you know what, we don't need this. And maybe, let's say 1 million, I think they're counting 1.5 million people are on the fence to adamantly against. Should that not matter for something when we're constructing laws?
But you guys are saying it under the guise of something that's incorrect. Like there's no reason.
Sorry, this was my first injection into this conversation, and it was a question to you. It wasn't about the previous.
Yeah, but you guys are disagreeing with it under false pretext.
No, we're not.
Yeah, if you understood that, it's only 3%.
No, actually,
of gun crime happening for these people. It's like it's.
Where's the study? Because I was looking for it.
Every study.
What you put in your search browser.
Every study.
No, every study.
No such thing as every study agreeing on anything. Like that is
a source.
I would also like to point out that an elected government is also representative of the will of the people. And consecutive terms means that they're supportive of many of those legislations that were put forward. And I also put it to you that there are conservatives who are also proponents of strict laws, like as in safe storage laws, all these different things, right? So again, my question regarding what you're asking is, because the government represents the will of the people, then the will of the people deciding that the legislation was necessary and it goes through, then who are you to determine that it's against any kind of charter? Right?
Because they're doing it under the false pretext of gun crime in the streets. They are.
It's not a false pretense.
It's not a false pretense. That's your feelings.
No, it's not my feelings. The facts are they're trying to correlate.
Because nobody said that legal gun owners were breaking the law.
No, but they literally are in the news.
They're
trying to equate with both of those things. Right?
Nobody's saying
that was the reason. Nobody said that was the reason.
Literally before this, I was watching the news.
Okay,
and they're literally putting mothers of gun victims.
Okay, buddy.
Talking about we need to ban guns when they're already banned for those people.
You still have not answered my question. You're being argumentative.
I'm not being at all.
For the sake of deflecting. So just answer the question. Would you respect the will of the people?
But it's not the will of the people. Are we having a vote?
Question either.
Are we having a referendum?
You, as an individual, would you respect the will of the people?
If we present it that exactly the raw details where it says 97% of all gun crime has nothing to do with legal gun owners, do we still want to ban it? If the populace if the populace understands the data, then yes. Not this emotional nonsense.
Up to you to determine.
The populace does understand the data.
No, you don't. You guys
yes, we do, and we've already decided. That's why the government has made the legislation it has, which is what Happy's saying. So I'm going to interject and kind of back up Happy here. I hope you. I'm sorry. I'm just going to. The government that has been in for the past 10 years plus, because I don't even think it's just the past 10 years. I think it's been multiple different types of government. Doesn't even matter party. We do not want American pew-pew laws in this country. We don't want American pew-pew style. Yes, you do.
No, I did. The laws that we currently have them prior to the handgun ban are fine.
Can you please let her finish? I'm gonna.
Okay, you can finish.
So we, as a people in Canada, majority of us have decided that we don't want that. We don't want to risk our kids in school, etc., etc., etc. We know the studies. There's multitudes of them in various different fields. We do not want that legalized in our country, which is why we have the registration laws that we do and the gun laws that we do to protect the citizens of this country. If you feel unsafe in the area that you live, I'm sorry. If that's the case, I hope you really discuss things with your MLA or whoever's running to ensure
MLA,
that there's
what's that, MLA?
extra and MPs and all sorts of to every level of government, your city even, to discuss why there isn't better police.
I mean, Pierre's
presence
trying
or
to lock
action.
people.
Hey, can you
Pierre's
let
trying to
me
put
finish
people in
for a
jail
second?
longer.
Can you let me finish? Why there isn't better action in your area to ensure that that type of violence is not happening in your area. But adding more guns, more use is not going to resolve the issue. We know for a fact that is only going to make the issue bigger and worse for society as a whole. And it doesn't matter whether we're talking kids, teens, adults, old people. It will just make society worse. And we are not doing that here. This is not America.
Well, see, here's a problem. Too bad you guys let too many people in. You guys are. Let me finish
I just
now.
want to give you a fact to talk about.
Okay.
Over almost half of the violent crimes that were committed using handguns, hand PQs. And Toronto has seen a big uptick in it.
Illegal
One of the
handguns.
reasons why they want to make them. No, it doesn't.
Yes.
It's illegal.
100%
Show me where
illegal
it says
handguns.
100% illegal.
It's irrelevant. if they're
Toronto is
illegal or
illegal
not, right?
handguns smuggled from America.
But it
No
doesn't
one
really
is.
matter. At the end of the day,
Of course, it matters. There's a big difference. It is.
Okay, let's just say like whatever. That's your opinion. That's
just
it's
facts.
fine. No,
Fine,
it's okay. Okay, cool. We know that most.
facts.
Okay, hold on. It is a fact though that most gun violence that does happen in Canada is with American illegally smuggled guns. We know that
right.
because most legal gun owners in Canada do not commit crimes. Because they don't want their licenses being taken away, right? Like 100 for sure. Like I'm on board with that. I never said that's not true. All I wanted to say is like for me personally, I don't care. And because I don't care, that's not a big issue that I am going to pay attention to when it comes to why I want to vote for a certain party. I have much bigger issues that I do care about. And I just think it's silly to vote for that one reason. But I mean, you do you. I'm just saying, me personally, like as a woman especially, even if I had a weapon to protect myself, we already statistically know that most likely that weapon will be used against me. So I don't even care to have one because statistically speaking, it's still going to end up bad for me. So I don't care. So I'm a woman. So I'm that's why I'm kind of letting you guys chat about that. I just like it's one law.
Just to answer, not the mama, like I am a restricted possessions and acquisitions license holder. I am also First Nation, so I don't necessarily agree with Bill C-21 in its entirety. But the will of the people will determine what legislation passes. And I think that if we put it to the test across the board, more Canadians would say, yes, we want to have strict regulation regarding those things, especially when it comes to recreational use. And then that becomes more of like a referendum kind of mentality. But I
also I'm looking at the bill, and if it's the same bill that we're thinking about, part of this bill is increasing penalties for firearms smuggling and trafficking.
There you go.
Which is
that is a good thing.
problem that we have to the States, right? So this bill is tackling like gun violence as a whole. But reading it right now, a big part of it is to make sure that the people that do get caught smuggling these weapons into our country have much higher penalties for it.
Well, Pierre wants automatic 10 years.
Right there, just to further,
I don't agree with that either.
Be quiet, right? But to further her point, the increased traffic from the United States was also facilitated by the previous government. I don't know if you know that. And yes, you can say it's been 10 years. But that still remains true, that the Canadian Border Services Agency was pretty much decimated by the Harper government, reduced to next to nothing, with Pierre Poilievre being a senior manager. So if these are your concerns, those people aren't necessarily the people that are going to be representative of what you're saying your values are.
Well, no, Pierre wants harsher sentences for violent crime. That's another aspect.
In this country, buddy. So is everybody in this country.
Not so much. The Liberals have been letting a lot of people out. They've put soft on crime judges. They have. Trudeau's government did put soft on crime judges.
No,
like,
No, they didn't.
100%.
just ask them how. How did they do that?
What do you mean how? They
did they
appointed
do that?
judges that would let people go on bail without. So I know Carney says he's going
Most of the judges that we have are still judges from the Harper government.
No, a lot.
Yes, they are.
A lot of the criminal judges are
provincial
from
judges and federal
from Trudeau.
judges.
They're
he
appointed
doesn't
from
really
Trudeau.
have this-
Do you realize that our prisons are overcrowded right now? And I'm very curious where PP is going to put all these people he's going to give longer sentences to.
El Salvador.
You are correct. I guess we
Do
should
it.
build more prisons.
No.
We should
We don't
build more
have
prisons.
many prisons.
You know how much money it costs to keep an inmate per year? I don't know off the top of my head, but
But
it's
we
a big
keep
number.
violent criminals out, let them be out. You know,
No, I just
50%
wanna
of
know
charges
what
get stayed.
legislation- What,
Like,
what
do you-
where?
Hold on, one at a time. Sorry, guys, one at a time.
Okay, so
Happy,
listen,
keep going.
so just to ask him here, what legislation are you talking about? And the judges who are ruling on the crimes that you're referring to would be provincial judges, not federal judges, right? Because the crimes you're talking about are provincially.
No, they're not. They're federal.
Which one?
Violent crime, a lot of violent crimes. Yeah, they'll be federal.
Name one that you know for a fact the judge let them off easy.
And prosecuted at the federal level.
I have to go look into it and bring it. I'm not off the top of my head, obviously. I don't have the direct which
Tell me
situation.
What? No,
but there's
just
many.
tell me what crime, what violent crime itself would be prosecuted at a federal level.
I'll have to go check, but a lot of violent crimes are
You
prosecuted.
make all of these accusations and you don't know.
Way off the top of my head right now. I'll go check. I
Maybe
can
even if you were right,
go research.
just by rolling the dice, let's pretend you're right. Maybe it's still beneficial to actually know what you're talking about before you jump up here and try to
No,
incite.
you want the
an
exact
argument.
detail. You want the specific one, right? If
I didn't
you want
say
the-
specific. I said any.
you did.
Just give me any violent crime that's prosecuted at the federal level and not the provincial level. Like I think you could probably say like kidnapping and trafficking across borders. There's one. Maybe let's say back and forth with the things we were just talking about, up and down. But like when you're talking about like domestic violence and like public violence and say like acts against other humans within the province, that's going to be prosecuted at the provincial level. And even then, if there's like a hate crime, that would be supplemental and prosecuted on top of that, and that would be at the federal level.
So for you, the problem would be Doug Ford and
said
the judges
Any
that
violent crime would be prosecuted federally in Canada.
again, what violent crime? Name it.
Every single violent crime is
Like
That
assault,
is not true.
like a domestic violence, like what crime?
Like, let's say getting into bar fights. That would be provincial.
I don't even believe he understands how a judge goes about being called to the bar itself. Like that is a whole process in and of itself. And
So-
how you get called to the Supreme Court is different than how you get called to the Court of Queen's Bench. Those are not
So-
the same thing.
So basically, sorry, I'm reading a little bit about the background here. So pretty much all violent crimes in the beginning will go to the provincial courts. So provinces are responsible for the prosecution and enforcement of most criminal laws within their jurisdiction. Obviously, they have crown prosecutors, police services, and courts. And then these are things like murder, sexual assault, robbery, and domestic violence. Are prosecuted by provincial crown prosecutors in provincial courts. It's only when something doesn't get settled, or if it's like a really big, like, say, mass murdering type thing, then it will be sent up and they'll end up in a federal court. But it is very rare. Most violent crimes are dealt with by the provinces. But the provinces are working under federal law.
Exactly. So Trudeau was still appointing the crown.
Okay.
Even if they were,
But
he was still
look at it.
appointing the prosecutors, the crown. He was still appointing them, even in Ontario, anywhere.
Justin Trudeau appointed.
Yes, the Liberals did.
That's not how you get called up to the Court of Queen's Bench. That is not how you get called up. That is not the process. Like, to become a provincial court judge, you are called up to the Court of Queen's Bench. And you... I used to work for a criminal attorney in my province who subsequently, before I left, had been called up. That is not how it works. Like, yes, you know what? If we're talking a federal court, Supreme Court justice, that is how it works. But that's a whole nother process, and I don't believe you understand it, Frederick. Like, I don't believe you understand how either of these things work, and I don't think you understand even how our laws are prosecuted, or who even does the prosecutions.
And I'm guessing, like, you know,
that currently the Attorney General is under the Liberal government. So yes,
the Attorney General is not the judges.
No, but they appoint the judges.
No, the attorney
in Ontario, yes.
There's attorney generals for the province and the federal government. Like, there is one for each province.
So again, it's a provincial issue, Frederick.
Regardless, 50% of charges are stayed. 50%, that's insane.
Yes, and that would be an issue for the provinces to handle. And if you have a problem in your province, then I suggest you take it up with your provincial government.
This is yet another deflection, though. I'd like to point that out, that we started off in a completely different topic. Now we're talking about this, and pretty soon we're going to be looking for somebody to blame for all of these things. And I can guarantee you, we're going to talk about immigration soon.
Is immigration causing a lot of these problems? Mass immigration?
It's
we'll just let it get there when it gets there.
Are much less likely to get involved with the criminal justice system.
I'm going to let you guys take over for just a little bit so that I can get my oven going for dinner. But I'll be right back. You guys keep chatting.
You said immigrants are less likely to commit crimes? Is that what you said?
Yes. Statistically, yes.
Where's the data for that? Because we don't actually keep race data. We don't keep race data. I like data. We don't keep race data. So you can't even make that statement.
Immigration is all about race.
What did you provide us with when we asked you for data?
Good point.
For the gun data, yes, it's there. It's clear.
You had nothing.
You can Google that right now. It's every empirical study says the same thing.
I can
explain it varies within a couple percent between provinces. It's still over 90% every single province, everything for the last 20 years. So if you can search up every study that has been for guns, it's always been over 90%. So there's not even one.
Frederick?
Yeah.
Can I explain something to you? Do you know how a provincial court judge is chosen?
Okay.
No, do you know the process? Because it's the justice.
Now we're off this one.
Okay, listen to me for a second.
Let's go back to the immigrants part. Now we're done with that part.
No. I'm going to
He said he wants to bring immigrants and crimes. Let's talk about immigrants and crime.
No, Frederick.
Are immigrants causing crime?
Excuse me, can I finish? Because you know what? You had talked about how judges were appointed. It was all Trudeau. I'm going to explain to you exactly how a provincial court judge is chosen by the justice minister of the province. not by the prime minister of the country. So when you get, like, I'm in Alberta, so when new judges are chosen and called to, what they call it is, you're being called to the bench is how it's termed. The justice minister is the one who deems, oh my God, those cookies are amazing, Happy. But I want you to understand this because you are being fed misinformation. So you need to understand the process of exactly how a judge is being appointed in your province. So if you have a problem with what the judges are doing in your province, you need to go talk to the justice minister in your province. I already have enough problems with Alberta, and, well, that could be a whole entire entertaining 3-hour session alone on all of the different MPs and MLAs here. But if I have a problem with the judges that are appointed here, then I need to go write my justice minister, because that is exactly how you get your Court of Queen's Bench provincial government. And yes, everything goes through there. And then if it's deemed appropriate, if it needs to go up, then that judge will send it up to the next level. That is how the process works. So please stop blaming Trudeau or Carney or whomever for problems with the justice system. And especially when as it pertains to judges, because they're not responsible for your provincial court judges. Since you've had that premier for a while, and I would have to look back at who your justice ministers are over the time, but you might want to give them a dingle because I'm sure they've moved around a few times since. But no, you can't just switch topics. That's why nothing ever gets resolved here. You just keep changing from topic to topic because you get given data that proves that you're incorrect. And instead of standing up, taking your lumps, eating your crow, and admitting you were wrong, you just double down and then move on to another topic. So can you please admit that you didn't understand how our court system works and how a provincial Court of Queen's Bench judge was chosen?
Nope.
I haven't researched as much, but the other parts,
Okay,
very accurate.
I'm going to cut into the statistics because you asked me for my source. It was a research study done 35 years ago. 35-year longitudinal study, meaning studying over long periods of time. 38 out of 1,000 of people that are immigrants committed violent crimes. 86 out of 1,000 non-immigrants.
So you're talking about from a 30-year study? What would recent data?
35-year longitudinal study.
Let's talk about the last 15 years, 20 years.
That may include some of those years, but you don't understand what a longitudinal study is.
No, I understand that, but do we have any studies that are specific for the last decade or two?
For the last 30 years.
Yeah, the type of people we're bringing in the 90s is very different than like the last decade.
Oh my God, you pivot so quickly.
That's the last 30 years, like from 30 years ago till now.
Yeah, I'm talking about for the last 10 years, last decade.
Yes, which is included in the
Do you
study.
understand?
Did he not use the word empirical like fucking 10 minutes ago?
Okay, so differentiate 30 years ago versus now. Do they have that or no?
Does it matter? Why would it matter?
Well, of course it matters.
No, why would it matter? You need to explain to us why it would matter, because it's a 30-year study, so it's immigration over the last 30 years.
I'll explain to you why. I'll explain to you why. One, I am an immigrant. I'm a first-generation immigrant from a fucking war-torn country, whatever. The type of immigrants that came in the 90s versus right now are very different. People from my country don't want to fucking come to Canada. You're getting the biggest lowlights from our countries. Doesn't matter which country, every single country, you're getting the lowlights from those countries to come to Canada right now. That's the biggest problem we have now.
Are you fucking...
No, I'm telling you what it is. People from my country that should want to come to
What country are you from, Frederick?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
What country are you from?
It doesn't matter. I'm not gonna say what country.
It does matter.
It's probably an Eastern European country. I'm guessing.
From the same countries, whatever they are, doesn't matter.
No, I'm just wondering, Frederick, because I'm also a first-generation immigrant from a war-torn country, so that's why I'm asking. Because people from my country are still willing to do anything to get here and come to Canada.
No, they're not. No, they're not. When I say come to Canada, like, yo, Canada, no way. Right now, No chance.
I'd say definitely.
And yet
strong
you
villagers.
don't have the
See.
guts to tell us what
Not about the
country
guts.
you're from.
It
Yeah, no,
doesn't
you
matter.
don't have the guts.
It
You do
doesn't
not
matter.
have a brass set. You have
It
zero
doesn't matter.
set because
And
you can't
again,
even
like-
admit where you're from. I can
Doesn't
tell you
matter.
where my ancestors are from. Every single one of them.
Where I'm from. It's not ancestors.
Tell you
Where
where
I'm
I'm
born.
Said the
Well,
same
your
thing.
ancestors would likely be from the same countries, so I'm just saying.
What country?
Oh, my ancestors: England, Ireland, Scotland, and
Fuck
Ukraine.
no. Not even close.
Ukraine
It's
would
very
be the last
close.
one.
Not
of
even.
the
Not even
ancestors.
close. Not even close.
Well, it doesn't really matter because you don't have the set to even admit where you're from. You just want to trash all the immigrants in this whole country and how
I'm an immigrant.
yeah, but you're sitting here.
Yeah, but you
First
think that
generation
you think that you're superior. You think
No, I
that
don't
you're
think I'm
superior.
superior. I'm just
You
telling you the
just
type of
said
people
that.
that
You just said that. You
immigrate now.
literally can let me finish. You literally said that the people that we're bringing in now are different than the type of people that we brought in when you came to this country,
From
and
the
that
same
who we're
countries.
bringing in now
actually
are
said they
low
were
Same countries.
lives.
Yeah.
So you obviously feel superior to whoever is coming to this country now.
No, it's more. You're getting more scammers, more criminals, more. Just
No,
people
we're
that-
not.
Yeah,
No, we're
100%.
not.
Then before,
No.
100%. 100%.
Where are you getting this data from? Where are you getting this
It's
data
not about
from?
data. This one, there's no data for this. This is what I know.
Okay, so it's just
This
your
is anecdotal.
perception.
This is anecdotal. This is completely anecdotal.
It's your opinion.
It's not.
So
it's
it's a-
anecdotal.
It's a gross
It's
opinion
anecdotal
at that.
evidence.
Disgusting, actually.
Not at all.
And you don't even have a set to even admit where you're from. Like,
It does not matter. I'm just
yes,
trying
it
to
does
explain.
actually, because you're insulting your home country as well as ours and every
Sure.
immigrant who's come into this country. So I think
I never said
anybody who's
every. I'm saying
listening
more of
deserves
the
to know
people.
where you're from.
My point is, people
No, it's
back
not a
home
good point.
don't really want to come to Canada anymore.
Yeah, they do.
That's not true.
That is 100% true. Like, there are lots of people who would
The
give
only
their
ones that have no
IT
other option want to come to Canada.
What's the
I'm
other
saying
option
this.
right now? Going into
No
a
other
dictatorship like America? You can't even fucking become an American citizen anymore.
People would
So
love to
what-
become American from any of the countries I'm from. They would love to go to America. You
Like,
can't.
any
You
of
know
the
how hard it is to get
countries
into
you're from,
America?
how many countries are you from?
Well, multiple. Like
Oh, really? You were born in multiple
no,
countries.
ethnicity wise, right?
You were born in multiple countries.
No,
Which
I was
ones?
born in one.
Okay, so which one?
Ethnicity wise. Anyway,
Where are you
doesn't
from? You still have yet to say.
does not matter.
This
Yes,
guy
it
still
does.
has-
That's when you're
This
getting
guy still
immigrant
has
status
not
to-
admitted.
All right,
whether or
Jazer,
not
you know what
he
Jazer is?
respect
If
the
you don't know,
will of
it's
the
enough.
people.
Anyway,
Like, he has not even conceded that he would respect democracy. That's
He
the
doesn't
first
even-
question I asked him, and like, we have gone so far, it's mind-boggling, and every step of the way, it's as predictable as a tabloid. Ridiculous. The immigrants that come to Canada are some of the best and brightest, and some of the top percentile for intellect, for
not at all. They will go to
for
America if they can.
education.
That is
We
not true.
we are dependent on immigrants and immigration for our success.
Yep.
Do you think we have too many immigrants?
No.
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 1.5 a year that come? That's not too many?
There are
No.
economists out there. There's studies
guys are
out there.
crazy.
There's economists out there that don't
That's
think.
a crazy.
How are you going to replace all the people that pass away? We need people to work. People are not reproducing as much. Like, we need human beings to work and to
You know,
keep our economy afloat.
Hungary-
You do understand that, right? So, like,
Yeah, we need to have more kids. Hungary did a good option. If you have 4 kids, you don't pay taxes.
so
That's a good
instead
one.
of spreading out the population across the world and making it a good world for everybody, we should just force women in a certain area to push out more babies.
Yep.
I never said
That's-
force. Incentivize.
You
right?
said we should have more kids. What about the
Yeah,
women that just
incentivize.
don't want to have kids?
Incentivize. How are we going to incentivize us women to have more children?
Hungary did this option. If you have 4 kids, you don't pay taxes. If you have
Hungary's
one or two,
Hungary's under dictatorship.
it's still a good idea.
No, it's
It's still a
not.
good idea.
No,
It
it's
is not a good
not.
idea. What?
So you're forcing
don't think
people
they're-
into poverty, and then
no
you
forcing, no
freaking
forcing.
give them a little bone. No. Because under dictatorships, people suffer. They do not have as much economic opportunity, so they're suffering. And then you dangle something in front of them and go, "Oh, I'll give you more if you just can pop out more babies." Like that's disgusting.
We do
Like, do you not
incentivize-
realize how dangerous it is, even in a really amazing country like Canada, where we have really high standards for maternity and healthcare for women, how dangerous it is for women to have children? Like, I understand as a man, you just, like, this concept is beyond you because it's not going to affect you, but it is. You're welcome, babe.
No, but dude,
But
we totally incentivize people
you
to
don't
have
get
children.
a choice. If you don't have a uterus, you don't get a vote. That's the
No,
problem.
it-
No
you-
I
uterus,
still
no
wish I had more
vote.
kids. I never
Like-
saw what you're saying. That's all.
But we have the child benefit program. We have different incentives for people to be able to do. We should be increasing them, and we should be having like massive maternity, like all these successful countries with like. Why are we measuring our quality of life in regards to how well corporations can do instead of how well people can live? So like when you look at Norway and Denmark or all these other countries with massive tax systems and they have socialized everything, their people are living a higher quality of life. When you look at Singapore, when you look at all of these other countries, like, why are we focused on money instead of life?
Not to mention that even if more women just started magically having more babies, those babies don't pay taxes and they can't go to work.
So here's the problem.
We still need to replace the population that's passing away.
Yeah, we're having
Work
too
for
many.
the women who
too many
had those
people.
4 or 5 kids, because if you have 4 or 5 kids, you know what daycare would cost. As somebody who does have kids, and it is expensive as F to have kids in daycare. Can you imagine 4 kids? That's like, let's see, $1,500 a pop. 1,500 times 4
Way
is
more than what you would
6,000.
get back if you didn't pay taxes.
Yeah, and it's more money than most people make in a month, just alone. So, like, what you're asking is just not realistic. Forget the fact that you're ignoring that women have choices about their own body, and that should be respected no matter what. Period. End stop. We don't get to talk about women's bodies and what their decisions are to have children or not have children or whatever. And incentivizing, so you just want to, you decided you want to rent out women's uteruses in exchange for money. That is like the most disgusting thing I think I've ever heard in my life. Worse than Pee touting his whole biological clock running out garbage. Like, I've had children, I've had babies, I've done that because I wanted to, and I love my babies with every single cell in my whole entire body. Best experience ever. Not going to say it was the easiest, but best experience ever. I'm so privileged to have been born in this country where we have really great maternity care and health care and stuff. But I would never, ever, ever deign to force another woman or family to ever feel they needed to be incentivized because they didn't have a good quality of life to have children, to fill out our country's population. Like, ew. I'm sorry.
No, I meant like public support systems, not like
Oh,
incentivizing.
I didn't mean you, Happy. I was talking to Frederick.
but I
knew what
literally
you
said-
meant. Happy.
I
Yeah, but
literally
you're being
said
extra. You're being completely
incentivize.
extra and taking it way further than anything I said. Like,
But
far
I just
beyond
mean
that.
public support systems.
Yeah,
you
no,
know.
Happy, I knew everything you said, and I totally 100% support everything you said, because you know what? All of those things would support people who wanted to have babies to maybe have more than they thought they could or wanted, or because, you know what, some people stop at what they can afford to have. So I 100%. What I was talking about is Frederick's let's incentivize people by, like, not having them pay
That's what
taxes.
Hungary is doing.
Yeah,
Right? It's just an
dictatorship.
idea we're talking, right? It's a discussion. No one's saying, forcing you to do anything.
The fact that you, as a male-bodied person, is trying to
It's just male. You don't have to say
incentivize
male-bodied person.
women.
It's just male, right? It's just male, female.
No,
You
it's a
don't have to-
male-bodied person.
Just because you
Sorry.
say male, it's the same thing.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Male-bodied
it's
person
not.
is just being extra. It's just male, female. If you want to do
No,
it
it's
that way,
male-bodied person.
no, it's just male.
Why don't you just let her call
Okay.
your gender what she wants to call your gender? Like, it's not a big
I
deal.
thought it's sex. It's not the gender. Male and female is sex. It's not gender, correct?
Well, that's why she's saying male bodied.
Another
Yep,
leak,
exactly.
ladies and gentlemen.
That's why she's saying male-bodied. That's
But
why
why
she's
have-
saying
why-
that, because
why
she's
add
trying
the
to talk
extra?
about your sex and not your gender.
But male is enough
Hear
to
him
know
shift
that
the
we're talking about
goalpost, though?
sex.
Did you guys hear him shift the goalpost?
Yeah, we
What
sure
did I
did.
shift? I just said, just if
Typical.
you say male, it's already talking about sex. We understand that, right?
You realize this is like your fourth argument that you've been like completely dismantled.
How am I dismantled? You guys are saying extra
Oh my
stuff when it's
God,
not
dude,
required.
You're looking like, the conservative base right now. It's perfect.
It's
But
awesome.
How am I
There's
wrong?
like- there was
How am I
like-
wrong here? I'm even going by what you're saying. Gender is not sex.
How
right?
are you
So we're not
wrong?
talking about gender.
Because-
We're just talking about sex.
Because when I
dude, this
say
is the
male and
internet, right?
female bodied people,
Schmacks. Otherwise, we get in trouble on TikTok. So like, just
I don't have trans.
fluff
Someone say I have
the
transphobia.
word.
I have no transphobia. I have no issue with trans people.
well, you do.
That's
because
good.
Well, if you're
I'm
voting
gonna
for
argue
Pierre,
that
you
maybe-
do.
I don't care what other people do. It's just like it's not me.
You do.
We can
But
turn
you
this
cared how
dialogue
much
into a cartoon.
you were really upset that I was choosing to be respectful to genders.
No, it didn't.
That upset you.
You could just
because
say
that's
males.
why I
You
said
don't-
male-bodied people because
Why add body people to it? Males is enough.
because there are trans women out there who have not gone through full transition who would
So they're still males.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
Males?
Oh my god. I'm going
Sex.
to
We're talking about
absolutely
sex. We're not talking about gender. We're talking about sex.
You know,
right?
so that's where the
Guys,
federal
let's not
government
even.
would
I don't want to
Yeah,
go
we don't
into
have
the
to go there
whole
'cause it's
gender
not really-
identity thing because, like, it's just it doesn't.
But it's
It's
typical of the conservative base.
I know.
Using the same talking points as they're told. When they call other people sheep.
I voted
or when they
NDP
say that
in Ontario?
people can't think for himself.
Well, that's good.
This man has literally used words that he has later contradicted in the same breath, and then has come back and in a diluted kind of mindset has said, no, I've proven my point every time. He's been summarily dismantled at every single point and has been
How am I going to dismantle about males and females?
running to a different topic every 5 minutes. Absolutely lost in the sauce.
You guys haven't made any point other than the judges one.
100% happy. Like the fact that saying male body person triggered him so
You didn't trigger me. It's just
much,
extra.
just it kind of cherry on top. Like
I know, but if it didn't, dude, if it didn't bother you, you would have just ignored it and moved on.
It's the first time I even heard it. It's just weird. It's like just say males,
Okay.
say females. Right?
well, you know
Okay,
what?
but after the first time, you saw that she wasn't going to change it, right? After you said don't bother, you could have just ignored it the second time. After you did try to bring it up and say I don't care, like it's not like that's what I'm saying. Like this is let's just move
When we were
past
talking
this
about
because it's.
immigration. She brought it there. We were talking about immigration. Discussion was
how it-
immigration.
again,
Yeah, and
going
we
back
talked about immigration because I brought up the fact that we have a big part of the population that is not with us anymore, and we need to replace our workers through immigration.
You don't think
And
we're
you
bringing too
said
many?
that we should have more babies. That's how this whole discussion started.
I think we should still
that's
have
where I
immigration,
was.
but less immigration, much less immigration, right? Because what we're having now is cultural enclaves, right?
No. Have
Yes,
you
we
looked
have.
at the immigration numbers? They have not changed that much.
Is 1.5 including students and everything per year? 1.5 million.
Are we talking about immigrants or also asylum seekers? Because those are two different
Asylum
things.
seekers, international students, immigrants, asylum seekers, all 1.5 million per year are
See,
coming.
there you go.
Okay.
Inflation.
Let's just say that's 100% true, even though like we can pull up charts so that the immigration has not really gone up that much. It really hasn't.
Including
Not
students,
by
yes.
percentage either.
Yeah,
The
like
students
by
are not leaving. We
percentage.
know students are not leaving, right? So
Eh? Who asks the federal government for the foreign students and the temporary workers? Who puts in a request to the federal government for that?
oh, I
guess
know
in
the answer.
provincial?
I know the answer.
oh my god, who dug for it?
No, just let him. I was going to say let him answer.
Yeah, so every premier of every province during their budget, when they're petitioning the government for money allocation, right? They say we need X amount of ABC, and in that ABC, is temporary foreign workers and students. And they do that, right? They do that, and the government has to do it, because if the federal government doesn't comply, all of a sudden the federal government is impeding their ability to do business. So you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. You bring these people in, apparently they're affecting housing, right? Like that's the next topic, right? As soon as you get to this point, you move to housing. So please continue.
Nah, I bought a house. I'm fine with it. Like, listen, I get more money with more immigrants, so I'm fine. Like,
Also,
hopefully
like
kind of, you know,
the Liberals right now have actually said they're going to decrease these numbers.
Well,
New
they have
students by 10%, permanent residents by 21%, new temporary workers by 16%. They don't have to. They're doing it mostly to try to please you guys, to be honest.
that's why they have to. It's like, you know, it's.
Yeah, it was a capitulation.
No, it's because
Not gonna get elected.
it's because immigration has
elected.
become a big issue because social media has been used to manipulate people into demonizing immigrants.
No, it's an issue because people are seeing it.
It's
seeing
around
it
the
in real
world.
life.
It's around
Depends where
Frederick.
you live.
Fred. It's been around the world. This was an issue in the election in Germany. This was an issue we're coming up in France's elections and UK's elections and the American elections. I mean, most of the people that voted for Trump voted because of immigration, right?
Maybe because it's a real issue.
What are people from war-torn parts of the world that are suffering supposed to do? Are we supposed to just say, you know what, fuck it, fend for yourself? Like, why aren't we helping humanity? Why all of a sudden...
Because it changes their local culture, right? Go look what happened in Sweden.
You mean white culture? You mean white culture?
Look at Sweden. So what's the problem? Look at Sweden. That's their culture. What's wrong? That's their native population. The way that they have that country in the last fucking decade or two has been destroyed.
Destroyed.
What?
Destroyed.
Excuse me?
Sweden?
How has Sweden been destroyed?
Canada is completely fine compared to
I think this
some
guy
European
watches
countries.
too much TV.
No. That's different because I have family that lives there.
Again, how do you measure
I
quality
have family
of life?
that's also immigrants.
What do you
Somebody
call
sounds
quality of
racist.
life? What
How's
is
it
this
racist?
guy?
Racist against my own people?
You're right.
In
Racist
general.
against my own people? Okay, sure.
Xenophobic, maybe.
That's okay.
Ooh, that
Now
one
that,
too.
now that quote unquote you're here, you don't want anybody else to come. I think, I don't know. It's questionable.
No, I never
And
said nobody else. I said less.
Actually,
250K a year. Let's do that. 3 max.
that's even less than what the conservatives had.
250K a year. Let's be very strict about who we bring.
How
Of
many?
course.
How many did we have during COVID?
We're talking about 1 year, 2 year period? Not even 1.5 year period?
2.
That was
What?
less. That's more of a 1.5 year period that immigration was.
No, it would be
Lowered.
a 2 year. It would be definitely 2 years because
It was-
they don't
it's
operate
actually
like
1.5.
that when they determine their course. It would be 2 years, right? Like so, they say, okay, we can accept this many, blah 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 blah. I'm just asking how many people over that 2 year period. How many immigrants were brought in?
Not that much.
Did you look it up, or are you guessing?
No. Whereas I've seen this many years
So
ago.
when our economy is dependent on a certain amount of, population increase for our labor force, all that other stuff, yada yada yada. Why do you think we would not accelerate some
What
in
labor
order to
force do we
compensate for that
require?
2 year?
What labor
In order
force do
to
we require?
compensate for that 2 year period.
Are we talking about 2020 to 2021?
And I think even 2019, I'm not too sure. I think February 2019 is when the lockdown
Because we
started.
had,
No, 2020 lockdown started in March.
2020 lockdown started, and that's when we had the lowest rate of immigration we've had since 2002. Sorry, I don't know, Happy, if you're muted right now. But I was just looking at numbers, so I wasn't keeping up with the conversation. You just asked about immigration in 2020, so I wanted to pull up the numbers. But it was one of the lowest years for immigration since 2002.
I mean, we had a lockdown.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. I sorry, I was just trying to help Happy with the point that he was trying to make if you wanted numbers, but you need to continue it because I don't know what you guys were talking about.
Well, he said we needed workers, right? And I mean, we needed.
We do need workers. We still do.
No, we don't. And we needed.
Yes, we do.
Builders. We needed people to work on building. Immigrants didn't. Actually, the opposite. They did not work on housing, construction.
There's the housing.
No, it's not immigrants. It's not fucking. I'm telling you that.
Are you for?
Yes,
you said you're from Toronto.
Yeah. Immigrants are new immigrants. Like,
have you
especially
been to a construction site?
Indians do not want to work construction.
I did payroll in 2023. I spent 6 months doing payroll while friends were traveling for a construction company in BC, and most of the workers were brand new immigrants. Just FYI.
In BC? From where?
Yeah.
From where?
From all over.
Hate for you to look up loan
for all over. Yeah, obviously we had a lot of East Indians. There was some Chinese workers, and then there was actually some Mexican
we're starting to bring
guys
Hispanics
up here
now.
as well.
We are starting to bring Hispanics now. It is Asian Hispanics.
This was 2023 though, and I'm telling you that like 70% almost of that payroll were fresh immigrants. For a construction company like building condos.
You're talking about 2023, right?
Yeah, 2023.
Currently, it's not a thing because that 2023 had like insane amount of work. Actually, the payroll was from 2022.
Is this?
And there was insane amount of work then. There was like
abound.
Well, no, I worked and I didn't do taxes. I actually paid these people. I took over doing payroll, so it wasn't 2022. I was paying them in 2023. So this was 2023.
We do not currently have even required the amount of workers that
a construction agency that's not hiring.
Currently?
I heard the exact same argument though back in 2023 when people were saying the same thing. They were like, "Oh, immigrants aren't working in construction," and I was like, "Yeah, they are, in the masses." So I don't know where you're getting that from or why you're saying it's different now. Like, what changed from 2023 to now?
Ontario is not, except for, I will say there is new Hispanic immigrants. That's the only one that has been a different change. It is.
Do you work in construction yourself?
Some aspects, yeah.
What aspects?
I'm not going to get into details of what aspect, but I'm not doing the actual construction.
Do you work with construction companies?
Yes.
Okay. Are you doing payroll for workers? Do you know who's on the job all the time?
That's what I do.
How many companies? Is it just one? Is it multiple? What kind of a...
It's not
like, where does your anecdotal information come from? What I'm saying is, like, how many companies have you surveyed?
This is anecdotal for sure. And I will agree that there is... Hispanics that is a more newer thing in the last like 5 years probably. Prior to that, because we didn't really have that many Hispanics in at least Ontario, but Asians definitely are doing it, but it's not new immigrants. They've been here for like a long time.
What?
I don't know what you're talking about, dude. There's a ton of new. There are so many new. I see guys working construction all the time that are still learning English.
I literally have multiple clients. Like,
I see them in my local donut shop, like on a regular basis, and they're. Yeah, I don't understand what you're saying.
So, if you guys have been in the workforce before, and I'm assuming that you have any of you known a construction company to be not hiring?
No.
Like, if you go to any kind of big company, Tomlinson, anything, they are Richfield, Richcraft, like all of them, they literally are always hiring. Always. There's no shortage of jobs. They're desperate. And when you put that together with a shortage of housing and construction, like, This guy is blowing my mind right now.
It's the conservative talking points.
From my anecdotal experience, like I said, it is immigrants, newer immigrants that have been coming here. They don't really want to work construction. That was my point.
What?
Where are you hearing that from? Like, where do you even get these? Do you just like pull it from the sky?
He probably met some, I mean, he said it's anecdotal evidence. We can't argue with him on that, right? Let's just say that in his experience, he's met new immigrants that do not want to take construction jobs. Okay. But overall, there are many, many, many new immigrants working in construction jobs, or at least I know that for a fact in my province.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't speak to Ontario. I don't live there. I'm out in BC. But out here in BC, there is a ton of new immigrants working in construction. And in a lot of different like manual labor jobs. Like most manual labor jobs have a ton of new immigrants.
And healthcare too.
Oh yeah, I was going to say lots of healthcare too, lots of new doctors and nurses.
I have spent so much time in emergency because of certain situations in my life in the last 2 months. So much time. And I'm going to tell you, the orderlies, the people cleaning up the place, the people doing security, yes, doctors, of course, and nurses, but primarily the people that keep it running are relatively new immigrants. Like all of them, like the whole place.
You're talking about healthcare, right?
In healthcare.
I don't
just
disagree.
keeping it
I don't
running.
disagree.
Like these are instrumental to our society, and we're trying to villainize them or vilify them. Sorry, like this is an absurd argument. They do
I'm not
benefit.
villainizing anyone. I'm saying we're bringing too many people. That's all.
But when you say that, you're allocating a certain amount of blame, and it doesn't make sense because in like there have. You're gonna ask me for a citation, and I can't give it right now. But there are studies that are peer-reviewed that say that Canada, in order for it to survive and compete at a level that it is now, needs to double its population by, I think they use 2040, 2045.
Do you think that we should have a cap on per country to not have enclaves? Like America has 10% per country, max per year?
Well, you know that the United States has 400 million people, versus Canada, which has a tenth of the population.
And we take more immigrants.
Because we have a tenth of the population. And I don't know if that's true. I would use like a timeout here and say that I don't know that you could verify that the United States takes less immigrants than Canada.
If we include the students aspects, yeah.
And so now you just said a different thing.
No, if we include students, the 1.5 number that I said previously,
Which
then
is indicative that you don't know. Like, so if you...
we can double check. The numbers are very close, like where it's like we take in way per capita like 10 times probably. Right?
So Fred, what happens when we don't take in as many immigrants and our economy collapses because of it?
So it won't collapse if we still take in a decent amount, but not as many as we currently do.
So how much do you want reduced?
I said 250 is a decent amount, decent number. Be very specific.
If we only brought in 250, then our economy would be in trouble.
Exactly.
Not really. It's currently 500 immigrants, right?
Just fill the jobs.
Without including everyone else, the students and everything.
We
It's
can't
currently
even fill the jobs that are there
500.
now.
No, we're about to go into recession. We're gonna have less jobs.
Well, that's why right now the numbers are decreasing.
Why are we going into a recession?
Donald Trump.
Everyone's gonna blame Trump, Mr. Tariffs. No, it's happening regardless. Even before that.
No, it wasn't.
No,
Oh,
no,
100%. Recession was happening regardless.
no. I'm sorry. That is absolutely wild that you
He's making it
said.
come sooner, though. He's making it come sooner, but it'll be shorter.
It's not
hear what
true.
he said.
It'll be shorter. What are you talking about? The dude is collapsing global economies
I agree.
on purpose
I
to
agree.
destabilize democratic nations.
I agree.
Then don't say it's not Trump.
No. I'm saying he's making it happen sooner, but it will be shorter of a recession. I do believe.
How will it be shorter?
What is a recession? What qualifies a recession, Frederick? Just before we continue.
I mean, technically, we would be in one right now, right? We're talking about just GDP alone. Yeah, we're talking about just GDP alone, right? But there's so many factors.
What's a recession?
Negative GDP, right? What would you say?
Oh, there you go. Negative. That's a good answer. But it has to do with concurrent negatives, and I don't think that we meet the definition, nor with our projected output will we enter a recession without like, some kind of like war, maybe.
Like maybe, a trade war.
And then how would Carney not be the guy for the job if Pierre Poilievre has like a bachelor degree from whatever institute and Carney's like an Oxford graduate or whatever?
Well, you think he did good when he was with the Bank of when he was in England?
You have
Well, I mean,
every conservative talking.
regardless of that, his experience, his net experience, and his
Regardless of what? Regardless of what?
like, so he was talking about Britain and Carney's influence in Britain.
Yeah, he did. He did a great job. He literally told them. He told them not to go through Brexit. They didn't listen to him, and then their economy tanked because they didn't take his advice. And then he helped them manage the shit show that they caused by going through with Brexit.
If he's only got one source, right? Like, guaranteed he's only got one source.
Oh yeah, and I know what it is. It's Liz Truss, isn't it? The 48-day prime minister that was a total right-wing shit show. There was a lot of conservatives from the UK that you can go research that absolutely loved Carney and are still thanking him to this day for helping them navigate that really shitty decision that they took. Not to mention that he was the one doing all the heavy lifting when we were in our 2008 housing crisis and recession. Like, I know that the Conservative government of Canada took a lot of, what's it called? I'm having a brain fart. Like they said, thank you, credit. My God, my brain. I haven't eaten yet. I'm waiting for my food. But they took credit for that, even though it was really Carney doing all the heavy lifting behind the scenes because he was the only one that was educated in what was actually going on.
I remember people weren't that fond of him 10 years ago or whenever, but
just
which people?
randomly?
In
Which
England,
people?
people in England, that was a general consensus. But hey,
What
it is
people?
what it is, man. Yeah,
But what people?
the populace, when they were talking about him, it is what it is. Hey, maybe
So
maybe
the
maybe
populists,
we'll be
so
better.
the right wing conservatives.
Right wing. It wasn't as segregated as it is now regarding,
Yeah, it was.
politics.
No, nothing is
Back then
as
it wasn't-
divided as it
yeah, it
is
wasn't
now. Of
divided,
course. Yeah, most of us used to be able to just be
I
civil
forget my
with
dog
each
out.
other,
I
even
think
when
he
we
needs,
disagreed.
to go out, so I'm gonna jet. It's been a slice. Thank you very much for letting me go a bit. I hope I didn't derail it too much and that didn't keep you up too late.
No, it's all good.
I love you. I'm so glad you're here.
Speaking of the UK though, this is the second thing I don't like about Carney. I want to bring up the UK censorship that's happening right now is insane. Like I've never
What
seen anything-
censorship?
And what does that have to do with Canada? Sorry.
Well, Carney is talking about possibly like bringing those kind of laws in, and like that, I'm completely against.
What kind of laws?
What I'm seeing is I see someone get arrested in England. Now, obviously they're pushing that, the right wing is pushing that, but I seen it's on video. British guy just said Britain first. He didn't even say, he's like, go England, go England, when there was another protest going on for Palestine. And they arrested him. He didn't do anything. All he said was...
Arrested him for what?
Because he said, go England.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I was watching the whole video. That's all he was saying. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yep,
Please provide us a citation for the law.
I'll find the video right now.
Oh, don't find the video. Find the law that he would have been, the legal crime he would have committed.
It's
and what
being
he was charged
offensive
with.
to another group or something. Some kind of delusional nonsense like that.
So hate
delusional
speech?
nonsense.
But
Is
how's
it a
that
hate speech?
Yeah, but
Well,
how's that hate
I don't
speech?
know because I don't know what he said, but I doubt that somebody is getting arrested for
Yes.
saying "Go England."
Yeah, yes. I'll also send you the video.
Can you
can watch
imagine
the
all the
full video.
soccer games and stuff like that?
No,
If
it's
people
where
were
he did
getting
it.
arrested
It's
for saying "Go England."
No, it's because it was at a Palestinian protest, right? So because he said that at a Palestinian protest, now that's like considered aggressive speech or something.
So it
Offensive speech.
wasn't, he didn't say "Go England." He was yelling at them and saying "Speak English."
No.
Or
That's not what
get out
happened.
of
That's a different
England would be
scenario.
probably the other
That's a
thing that
different
I
one.
was thinking.
That's a different one. That's a different one. And even so, even if he said speak
And
English,
well, that's what I mean.
why would
He
you be
wasn't.
arrested? That's a different situation. But you are right. Why would you still be arrested for saying speak
Well,
English?
he wasn't arrested. A cop just told him not to do it. First of all, from what I'm seeing here. Second of all, yeah, telling a fresh immigrant to speak English when you don't even know if they speak English or not is hate speech. It's racist hate speech.
Shouldn't be something you should be arrested for, though.
It's hate speech.
I think the world would
which
be
is
a
hate
better
crime.
place. I think the world would be
no.
a much better place if people that took part in hate speech were arrested. Because we don't do anything about it. We just let it happen.
It's borderline. They're in England. Listen, I think it's stupid. I think it's disrespectful for someone to do that. But he still should not be arrested for it.
So what should we do?
You should be
Nothing.
arrested.
Nothing. Free speech.
No.
Free speech kills free speech though is now showing us that it kills democracy. Because when you're allowed to lie about anything, when you're allowed to just constantly rage bait and all you do is throw out hate and hate and hate, that's not good for a thriving society.
Yeah, but
It's
who gets
just
to define
not.
what hate speech is? That's the problem.
And that's the problem. And that's the problem. That's why they haven't touched it, because they don't want a bunch of people like you to freak out about, well, who's going to be the one deciding? That's why it's never been touched. And that's why we have such a giant issue.
It is in the UK. And that's the problem.
We do have to try and regulate. We do have to try and regulate some of these things. They also have freedom of expression in the UK as well. They don't have free speech, just FYI,
Yeah,
Fred.
I understand.
I think that's what Lily was trying to say. But, like, if we don't put some sort of roadblocks on hate speech, it's only going to get worse, and it's going to cause more division and more erosion of our society.
But if what's happening in the UK can even, if we can even phantom that will happen here, that's just insane. And that is worse than, I'd rather have hate speech than that. I'd rather allow it, whatever, to deal with it, to face consequences by society. You know, maybe your
The
daughter
guy got a
wants to work
slap
there.
on the wrist. He didn't get arrested. He didn't go to jail. Like, none of that happened. He literally, the cop just told him to, like, stop doing that and leave the protesters alone.
Frederick, did you just say you're okay with hate speech?
No, I said I would rather hate speech than putting people in jail for speech.
Okay, that says everything I need to know about Frederick right there.
Yep.
There's some of us. There's some of
People in
us.
jail for speech. You don't understand.
it's called
Eventually,
freedom of expression. You should look it
but
up.
you understand.
Frederick.
I'll just say one thing. Just one thing.
People unalive themselves because of hate speech. And yet, we don't treat it like murder, even though it can cause somebody to take their own life. Like, I know what you're going to say. Oh, you should just be tougher than that. Not everybody can be. Some people are even born with mental disorders that don't let them have that kind of emotional regulation.
I understand, but the problem is, eventually, someone will be in office that you don't like, and that's happening right now with Trump. So you can say something that you think you can say free Palestine.
And Trump was all about free speech. Trump was all about free speech. He was all against, let everybody say whatever they want. And now he's the one that is literally just taking people out that are not loyalists to him.
That's my
and he's
point.
suing people for...
Eventually, someone else will be in power, and they will say, you know what, we say hate speech. Anything that you say is hate speech. Now we're going to put you in jail.
Do you know that this is...
I don't think you're following.
Hate speech is exactly how the Austrian painter got into power and how he maintained his power and how he ran his whole entire country for the 13 years he was in power.
No, they fucking silenced the opposition. They silenced everyone around them.
Yes, because, oh my God.
And I agree. There is some aspects.
Do you know the story of how Mustache Man came to power? Do you actually know the details?
Yes, I do.
Okay, hold on. Please. What country was he born in?
Austria.
Good. Okay. What made him decide that he wanted to become involved in politics?
Because he couldn't become a famous painter? Is that why? Or others? Do you want the details? What
was the thing that really drove him? Like, what was his goal? Why did he decide to become involved politically? What was his big goal?
Well, he didn't like the Jews.
And why?
Because they were around the country. Everything was...
That came a lot later.
They couldn't afford bread in the country. I don't know. I don't. Maybe I'm not that well versed in Nazi Germany.
Well, that's what we're trying to say, is that a lot of people that have opinions about this kind of stuff don't know the full story. It was actually him being in World War I and watching Germany lose and becoming very angry about that and wanting to make Germany a great nation again.
Okay, I mean, that's valid.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is there's probably a lot of details that you don't know. And one of the things that he ran on was, get rid of anything that limits people from being able to say whatever they want. Free speech, exactly like Donald Trump. And all these people that were like, free speech all the way, let anybody say anything, are the people that use that power against others.
But he also
they are the people that's what I mean. They're all about free speech, but then they silence everybody. But it's those people. So when we see people like Trump, people like Mustache Man, people like Viktor Orban all talk about free speech, and then we see PP constantly go off about how you should just be able to say anything with no consequences, he's going to be the one to silence people.
So you're going by this because Trump is now deporting people who are on student visas for saying things, right? And
he's also deporting legal U.S. citizens that are innocent to El Salvador.
Here's the thing. And I agree now, this is where the borderline comes. If he does this to a U.S. citizen, then it's a big problem.
He already has.
He did.
U.S. citizen?
Supreme Court told him to bring it back, and he's not.
And he's ignoring the courts.
No, but they're not citizens. They're immigrants. That's the immigrant guy that you're talking about. Hold on. No, that guy's a part of MS-13. No, that's where the borderline is. With the guy that was supposed to get brought back.
This was somebody in the country legally. The Supreme Court voted 9-0. Yes, Frederick, stop for a second and listen. Okay. The Supreme Court voted 9-0. It's almost impossible to get the Supreme Court to be unanimous on anything, let alone this Supreme Court. And they told Trump to bring him back. He's a legal citizen. And Trump refused, and so too did the president of El Salvador.
Well, he's not a legal citizen. He is a citizen of El Salvador.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not. He's not a U.S. citizen?
Yes, he is.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
He is not a U.S. citizen. I promise you, you're incorrect about this. This aspect.
Oh my God.
Okay, For
Okay,
instance,
you were totally the type of person in 1933 Germany who would
no, I'm
literally
talking
have
about
just been like,
the
"Oh,
details.
it's
Let's
not
get
going
the
to be me.
details.
It's not going to be me. I'm not going to be affected. So who cares? It's
If
not going
he's
to
a
be
U.S.
me."
citizen, then I completely agree. From the data from the
Yes, which
details I
is why
looked
the
into.
Supreme Court told them to bring him back, and they
No,
and,
no,
and
no, no,
they
no. Not because he's a
refused.
citizen. Not because he's a citizen. No, no. He is in El Salvador. El Salvador's president refused because he is an MS-13 member, right? He admitted he was.
No, sweetie.
He admitted he was.
refused.
No, hold on. He did
You
admit he
can't
was
bring
an
back
MS-13
somebody you
member.
don't.
In his application for legal any kind of legal status in the U.S., he says he would be killed by a rival gang in El Salvador if he goes back. That's why they granted him that. So he admitted there that he is a member of MS-13.
That's amnesty.
Regards to the case, I'm just giving this fact.
Yes, which means that he's
But he's not a
given
US citizen.
amnesty in the U.S.
Resident,
because he's
but not. He's a resident, but he's
Do
not
you
a
know if
citizen.
somebody came here from the U.S. at this moment, if they came here to Canada and said if they had been shipped back to the U.S. that their life would be threatened, et cetera, they can apply for citizenship here because
No. Residency, not citizenship. Maybe after they are resident for a while, then it could be a citizen. My point is that he is not a U.S. citizen. He does not have citizenship. I am correct here. I promise you. He is a citizen of El Salvador. Someone just wrote, yes, he is. He's not a citizen of the U.S. Legal resident, we can argue that, and you could be correct about that.
He is a legal resident.
Yeah, I can.
Which means
he was very close to getting his citizenship, and he came to America over a decade ago because he needed refuge because his family was being targeted by El Salvadorian gangs because they were trying to do the right thing.
He was also part of a rival gang. He admits that, right?
Which is why he got
admits he's part of
refugee
MS-13.
status, because his life was in danger. The same thing could happen here. You can get refugee status in Canada if your life is at threat. If you go back to your country.
I agree. I'm not even going to argue that. You guys
At the end of the day, he was in the process. He was a legal resident, so he was not an illegal immigrant anymore. He had gotten his legal resident status. He was an innocent person that never committed any crimes, with a loving family, did nothing wrong. But now he's in an El Salvadorian prison for life, or he's not even alive anymore.
No, I'm
We
pretty sure he's
don't
alive.
know.
Pretty sure he's
No,
alive.
we don't. We actually don't know. Because this could be one of the reasons that they don't want to bring him back, is because they don't want to take responsibility for the fact that he might not be alive anymore. Because if he is part of a rival gang and they put him in there with the gang members that were after him when he was in El Salvador, what makes you think they didn't already?
They separate them, and they're no people are not getting killed by other rival
Have
members.
you seen an El Salvadorian prison?
Yes.
Have you seen them?
They're very fucking
They
strict
separate
there.
them?
They're very strict there. They're not. It's crazy.
If you
They're-
think that people don't get unalived in those prisons, and you have not done enough research about those prisons.
like gangs against other gangs.
I don't think you've done enough research about a lot of things.
The prisons I have actually
against other
it's not,
people.
Listen, are the fucking
Either way, he's a permanent resident, which means he's legally in the United States, which means he's entitled to due process, which he did not receive. They just shipped him off, which is why the Supreme Court ruled 9-0 that Trump needed to bring him back. Trump's refusing to bring him back, which is why the U.S. is in a constitutional crisis at the moment. And the El Salvadorian president is not bringing him back. Who knows the reason? I suspect that you're probably right. It would be very difficult to produce somebody who is no longer with us anymore.
Well, I don't think he's dead. I think he said legally he is a resident of El Salvador, so he can't
Well, I guess
smuggle
we're
him
going
to
to
the
find
U.S.
out because there is one judge that's going down there with the news team. So if he's alive, hopefully they'll show him on camera as being alive.
And if he's not, then I hope they show that too. For the simple fact that, you know what, the United States is then going to have to take accountability for the crimes that they just committed.
At the end of the day, the United States is a lawless state now. You have one guy in charge that has supreme power and has full immunity that is not listening to the courts. United States is now a dictatorship.
So isn't that why you shouldn't want speech to be put. You shouldn't be put in jail for speech because
He
eventually.
is the guy that
No, that's what I'm
freaking
saying.
campaigned on free speech.
But I'm saying, so that's why you shouldn't want that in the UK and
No,
Canada
free
because
speech is the reason that he got elected and America is under dictatorship because idiots online were able to say whatever they wanted
And spread propaganda
and
far and wide,
spread lies.
which is what you've been listening to
and you don't think
actually
and
repeating
you don't
most of
think
the night.
propaganda isn't spread from your side? Come on.
No, because you know what? We actually look at facts and fact check stuff. There's a difference, which is why
No, you said he was a
Frontline
citizen. I
Feminists
told you
here
he's not.
explained to you exactly how much immigration we had over the last 10 years. It's also why I sat here and explained to you how an Alberta judge and subsequently all of the other provinces and territories also receive their judges, which are appointed by the justice minister of the province. Because we actually fact check stuff. We don't just make shit up.
Like you just said, he was a citizen when I told you he's not.
He's a legal resident, which
No, you
means
said-
he
you
is
said
entitled
citizen.
to
You
due
said he
process.
is a
Legal residents
citizen.
are on their way to getting citizenship. They
said
can apply
citizen.
after a certain period of time. They are not allowed to be removed from the country.
Just FYI, Fred, just hold on a sec. Legal citizen is still a term that is used for legal resident. It does not imply U.S. citizen. It just implies legal citizen because he is a citizen who is legally there with a permanent residence.
That's residence.
Legal citizen.
That's not citizen. That's residence.
It's legal citizen.
You can get all hung up in the words if you really want to, but the fact of the matter is that he is a legal citizen in the United States with every single right to due process. He was also an innocent man that got thrown into an El Salvadorian prison in a different country.
Well, he's from El Salvador, though.
It doesn't matter.
It's the country he came from.
That it doesn't fucking matter though. He could have been from somewhere else too. And we know that there is a bunch of innocent people that ended up there.
In the prison in
From
El
all
Salvador?
sorts of countries.
Yes, in El Salvador. They're saying
I
that
know a
about
lot of people
70%
from El
of
Salvador.
them had no crimes on their record.
Yeah, but they're still part of like
anything you don't know.
MS-13 and other gangs.
Every time someone brings something up, you happen to be an expert in it all of a sudden.
El Salvador, I know. I have friends from El Salvador. El Salvador,
course
since
you do.
this guy took over, it has done wonders for the country. The country went from being a horrible fucking country to one of the best, safety wise, 100%.
Canada's the number one safe, or are we number two? I think we're number two to somewhere else. But either way, we're one or two, depending on which year you look at. In the world.
In that region, it went from one of the most violent countries to the safest, right?
It can't be the safest if you're not number
that
one
region.
or two,
In
which
that
is
region.
between Canada
In
and
that region.
being compared the safe. Oh my God.
I'm talking
Okay.
about, I'm talking about El Salvador. I'm saying that was a
done.
good thing for the country. That's all.
I'm
That
honestly
was
No, it's
a good thing for the
not.
country.
Putting people in work camps just because.
That was the greatest thing that someone has done for that country ever.
Okay.
Ask someone from El Salvador first. That's all. Talk to someone from El Salvador that actually lives there.
Hey, Radiant, Canada is not the most violent. We are one of the safest countries on the planet.
Who's from El Salvador? Bring this guy up. Viva Cristo Rey. Bring him up. If he's from El Salvador, let
Yeah,
him speak on
exactly.
the
I mean,
issues.
strong women of Canada, exactly. The Austrian painter sold train rides to places just like that in El Salvador. Cattle car rides right over to same sort of idea. So you seem to be okay with having the same sort of camps that the Austrian painter had, that he gave.
I never said I'm okay with it. I said that for El Salvador specifically, it's
You
the best
said
thing
it
for
was
the
one of the
country.
best things that ever happened
Yes,
to him.
in
what
that
happened
country,
to them? Like,
for
what?
that country specifically, yes, it is.
Are
and-
you?
Hold on. He is actually right that like the consensus in El Salvador among citizens are that this guy is great. That it's not.
People said
part
that
is-
about the Austrian painter at first too, doesn't he?
I know, and that's what I mean. Like it's
Yeah, this guy's not fucking trying to invade Peru. All right, this is not. You can't compare the same.
Yeah, you can.
how long was Mustache Man in charge before he actually invaded another country?
I don't know.
Perhaps you should fact check.
Oh, listen, I don't read Mein Kampf every day. Okay.
You don't have to. They're history books.
Trump does. It's his favorite book. Did you know that?
What? I did not know that. That is
Mein Kampf is one of Trump's favorite books, and it's pretty much the only book that he's ever read front to back, and he loves it.
Is it good? I've never read it, so.
I'm not surprised, sadly. I'm really
This was even written by his I think it was his niece, the one who wrote his one of his biographies.
Is that true? Is that actual, or are you guys trolling?
No, you can search that up. You can actually search that up. He is
guys, I
known
gotta
to
drop.
be a big fan of.
Bye,
you.
Tana.
Bye.
He is known to be a big fan of the Mustache Man, and Mein Kampf was one of the books that.
I'm surprised he read it. I wonder if he got it on audiobook.
I think he actually read it.
Oh,
I really do. It's like one of his faves.
but yeah, I'm
Somebody read it
interested.
to him.
Somebody probably did read it to him. I agree. I agree. But nonetheless, like, Frederick, it might be important for you to understand exactly how long it took the Austrian painter to be in power in Germany before he decided to invade somewhere else. And by invade, that doesn't include Austria, who just opened their borders and allowed him in.
Yeah, but why are you comparing the Salvadorian leader with Hitler? Like, he doesn't have any
Are you
ambition.
serious?
Yeah, serious. You
Are
shouldn't
you
compare
for
the
real?
two.
You don't understand why I would compare the Austrian painter to the leader of El
Yes.
Salvador?
Yes, he put people that are in MS-13 in fucking jail. He put people that are causing violent crime daily.
I
Murders.
genuinely don't have that much of an opinion on this because I don't know too much about Naib. I just know that he, at the end of the day, is an extreme far right leader, and his main goal is not necessarily like domination. It's just using the situation at hand to make as much money as possible. The dude is he's all about money.
Well, safety for his country. How can you laugh at the safety aspect? Come on.
Because he's making money off of it.
Maybe.
No,
It's
he
not a
is.
maybe, it's
That could be
making-
possible.
He's making money out of it.
What
right?
leader isn't?
What do you mean, what leader
you think
isn't?
Carney, you think Trudeau isn't? You think Carney isn't?
How would they be making money
you don't
off
think- you don't
of
think they're
our
making money
federally
as
or
being leaders?
provincially funded jail systems?
No. I'm just saying. No, you don't think that these leaders are not making money? You don't think that they have
No shit, they make money. They all get a
no.
paycheck.
That they're giving tenders to who like under every politician everywhere around the world, doesn't matter left, right.
Not everybody is like Danielle
Yes.
Smith, okay?
No,
Sorry, I had to.
You
The
guys
joke
you guys
wrote
just think
itself.
that Carney's not going to do that.
There's different levels. There are different levels, right? Sometimes a politician's personal agenda is also good for the country, and sometimes their personal agenda is not good for the country. And yes, they all have some sort of personal agenda. There's obviously some politicians that are more honest and not so much like that. For example, Bernie Sanders. In Canada, we have Charlie Angus. These guys would not be in it for the money. They're in it because they care about the people. Unfortunately, they're just not in places of power where they could actually become leaders. It's really sad what happened with Bernie, and it's really sad that Charlie Angus is not the leader of the NDP, because I honestly believe that with Charlie as the leader, the NDP would be doing really good right now. They might actually have a chance to beat out the Liberals, but very different story with how everything went. Very different leadership, right? But there are politicians out there who are good politicians. And then the ones that, do end up in higher places of power, if they do anything that benefits them, the more progressive ones lean towards the fact that if it benefits them, it also benefits the country.
I can agree with you for maybe Charlie, but Trudeau, Carney, 100%. What we've seen with the We Charity, that's only the thing that we know about. There are so many circumstances where they're doing the exact same thing, and Carney will do that, and that will happen. It is what it is. You guys can vote for him, and Pierre will do the same thing. I'm not saying Pierre won't do the same thing.
I was just gonna say though, but if let's just say that he does something that really benefits Canadians, but it also benefits him in one way or another. Why is that bad versus a guy who's going to do a bunch of things that don't benefit Canadians, that actually make Canadians more poor, make the wealth and income gap even bigger, take away our public services that so many people rely on, just to benefit him. Like, if his benefit doesn't benefit us as well, then why wouldn't I choose the guy whose personal benefit is actually going to also become my benefit?
You can choose him
Right?
as long as you just still understand that they will be pocketing money behind our backs.
It's not as simple as
No,
pocketing the money behind your back.
Okay, of course. But her point was about El Salvador.
Like
He was
the
making money,
WE
right?
charity thing was like donating to a charity, and it was one that maybe he knew better than another charity he didn't know. But it's still money going to charity, right?
What do you think's happening with these charities? What do you think's happening with these NGOs? You don't know how they pocket money? Come on.
So
Come
all
on.
charities are evil?
I mean, most are.
Really?
Most charity, like I'll say
Are you
probably
kidding
close to
me?
most for sure. Look at their books. Look at their books.
Have you ever done books for a charitable
Look at their books.
organization?
So
Are you an
look at the
accountant?
Susan B. Komen. Okay, when like you know how many cancer
Oh,
research
you've
charities?
seen all the books. All the books.
No.
You've seen them all.
Oh,
Okay,
dude, you're
a good
starting to sound like Elon Musk.
It's not true. A good portion of charities.
Have
You think they're
have you
actually funny the
been
things they're saying? Come on.
have you been on a board of directors of a
When
charity?
the board is making $600K a year, every
Have
member
you
of the fucking
ever
board.
served on a charitable organization's board of directors? Let alone been the treasurer of one?
No, when I was
I
younger.
know because I have done it
did work for
several
some, though.
times in my life.
I worked for someone when I was younger, and yeah. Anyway, yeah, I'm done. This is too much.
Like I've been a treasurer on several different charitable organizations boards. It is not an easy job. It's actually the hardest of all of the board jobs. First of all, being a treasurer. Second, I highly doubt you've ever been an accountant who did books and filed taxes for nonprofit charitable organizations because you don't understand the auditing process required to do so. So you're just speaking whatever nonsense that you feel like, because I don't know, you feel the need to slander those who are less fortunate or those who want to try their best to make a difference in the
Because
world.
the money's not going to the less fortunate. That's my whole point.
How do you know that?
Because I know.
How?
All
You
right,
have
all
to
right,
prove
you
a
know what?
fact.
It's okay. Hold on. It's you know what? I'm tired, and
Yeah, I'm done too.
obviously he's
Good night,
got
guys.
like you've got super telekinesis powers. I can tell. You can just tell things without seeing the actual evidence, which is fine. We all got a little bit of telekinesis powers in us. Anyway, thanks for being up here, though. Genuinely, you were a pretty good sport. You stayed up here. You were, on a panel with a bunch of opposition, so you were a pretty good sport, man. Thanks for being up here.
All right. Good night, guys.
Good night. And I gave up my gaming session tonight for that, which I'm kind of really sad about now because my buddies are already going to bed because they're on the other side of the country, so it's late for them. So I'm not going to get to do the GM I really wanted to do tonight, but hopefully they're going to let me do it. Oh, on Thursday or something.
That's
okay.
too bad. I know. I meant to come home and do some gaming too, and I didn't get to do it because it's like pretty much bedtime now here too.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm gonna eat some food, and then I'm just gonna do some PvP matches solo and take out my frustration on all the guys that think that girls shouldn't be gaming.
Oh, girls are like the best gamers. We come up with the best stuff, plans,
Well,
everything.
let's just say that it's just people, right? You're either good or you're bad. It doesn't matter. But I'm gonna
Which-
go have some
Now I need to know which game.
Destiny. I'm a big time Destiny girl. It's been a 10-year long game, though. We're in our last DLC right now, and we don't know what's going to happen after, but people are still playing it, so hopefully it'll just continue, and they'll keep dropping some new stuff once in a while, but
Oh, I bet you they probably will if it's still that popular.
yeah,
Or we
it's the
have-
same guys. I used to be a Halo girl back in the day, and then Bungie came out with Destiny, and I've been into Destiny ever since. So, same
Okay.
guys that created Halo. It's the same guys. And
How's it-
it's just such a good feel game. Like, the gun feel is so... The pew-pew feel is so good in that game, and there's just so much variety, and your special abilities are just so much fun to, like, mix and match, and it feels like I've been playing it for a really long time, and I can still come up with like new cool builds and stuff for my characters. So like, if it's been this long and I'm still not bored, it's a good game.
Nice. I just went back to WoW this year. I felt nostalgic. It was time to bring back a
That's cute.
nostalgic game. Well, World of Warcraft, I used to play it like way back in my like early 20s. So like I decided to go back to it this year because it's like been a mazillion years. And so I'm having fun playing it. There's a whole bunch more stuff than there was back in the day. And it's actually much easier than it used to be. Half the time you'd spend like hours and days trying to figure out one quest because that's what it was like back in the early 2000s with the early internet and nobody knowing how to share information really.
I was just gonna say Destiny's like that too. It's really I feel bad for any new players because there's so much to learn and so much to catch up on for a new player. It's kind of hard to get into the game. And it really it's one of those games that like really doesn't tell you what to do. It kind of like throws you in there and it's like, figure it out.
I hate quests like that. I'm like, give me some clue. Like, at least tell me to go left or right. That's all I need. Then I can figure it out.
Sometimes you'll get some direction, but sometimes it'll have like really odd things that you're like, what does this mean? So like, thank God for the internet, like you said.
Yeah, thank God for that now. People.
But I mean, it's crazy when it's like the first day raids or first day new dungeons and stuff because like no one's done it before, so you're in contest mode and you sit there and you're like, how do I get through this puzzle? Like I have no idea. Like and some of them are so stupid too because you like have to shoot like a specific perfect code and it's like, okay, so I can make thousands of different arrangements here and only one of them is going to unlock this door. Cool, let's spend the next 6 hours trying out every combination you can imagine to figure out which is the winner.
Oh my goodness. That would drive me bonkers because I'm sure I'd probably accidentally try the same code twice thinking I had done a different one.
Yeah.
And then at the end I'd be like, I thought I tried that one. Yeah. Oh my God, that sounds so much fun. You guys are gonna have so much. Oh look, it looks like there's another Destiny player in the audience.
Anna, if you want to play some Destiny with me, go to my profile, Frontline Feminist, follow me, send me a DM, and then we'll link up on in the game.
Yes. Oh, no, wow.
No, wow.
Yeah. Okay, Anna, send me a DM.
She wants to play with you. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Anna, send me a DM. We'll hook up on WoW.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm always looking for new friends on WoW because like I'm the only one who's going back to nostalgia game. It's a feel good. It's a feel good. Well, it's one of those things, right? Like we all had old games we used to play back in the day. So like it's nice to just go do something that's a comfort game in these times, especially when people are trying to justify work camps.
Well, on that note, thanks for being up on the panel. Thanks for being here for Beaver Network. And for Tuesday night, we are going to keep talking about whatever comes up that we feel is important to talk about before elections. We're going to be here every single evening. If you want to check out whatever their shows we have, you can go straight onto our profile, click through our link tree, watch the pinned videos, and you will figure it out. Also, if you want to join our Discord, there's a link to join our Discord also on our profile, so you can go ahead and do that as well. And thanks everybody for being here. I will see you guys again on Thursday evening when we're back with Truth Through Discourse, and tomorrow night you're going to have Progressive Moose for the Mossy side. Have a good night.
Have a good night. Bye-bye, Lily.